Darkim Salam SW. What's going on? But yeah, I actually checked it because I've been trying to figure out what's going on with this thing the whole time. You know, uh, I'm talking to SW Knowledge, Beats, Bars, and Culture. Welcome to the channel. Uh, do me a favor, do the each one teach one. Hit the like button and subscribe for me. You know, really subscribe for everyone because when I get to 900 subscribers, then we're gonna have a sale. We're gonna have a sale on the merchandise. So that's you can do everyone a favor with that. Infinite understanding, peace. Right? Knowledge just came in the building. Universal 7, Carlos Clark. But yeah, dealing with the video that Lord Jamar did last night with Cam. And because the way how I came across that is because, like I said, I've been trying to get in the loop of what's going on with the whole Vlad thing because I stopped watching Vlad years ago, and I never really watched a whole bunch of it. You know what I'm saying? To tell the truth, the only thing I really was watching on there was Jamar, and then when he started talking about flat Earth and Cypher come before knowledge, I didn't want to hear anything from him either. So you know, it's been a while since I watched any of it, but I never was really a huge fan of it. You know what I'm saying? Motherland Gardens, you know, just from like the music cipher, you know, he had you know, he had a lot of videos that was going viral and everything. But, you know, the way I saw it, it's like, yeah, but people not going viral for their music. You know what I'm saying? Like they going on there saying things that I'm not prepared to say. It's not that I don't know anything or I don't got no, I'm not prepared to go on the show and talk about it. So I never really saw it as you know, so yeah, I just was trying to see what the deal is because almost every place I was going, you know, I'm hearing, you know, people saying, yo, what's up with this? You know, what you think about that? I didn't have it. So I was checking out the video he did with Godfrey. I guess that was the first video where they said you know, for the first time they wasn't gonna be dealing with him. Then I watched so from then I saw the Cam video with him and Cam. And when I watched it, I kind of saw what the controversy was. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, he made a statement on there, right? Where he said, well, he made a statement on there where he said, well, you know, I've been on Vlad's show and he asked me, is the white man a devil? And I said, yeah. You know what I mean? So why are you picking and choosing now? You know what I'm saying? When you know that this has been going on. You know what I'm saying? I said it on my records. You know, you appreciate the records or whatever. So why are you picking now? So I can see why that's kind of people saying that to him. Like, well, look, he's been doing what he's been doing this whole time. Why are you picking now to say something? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, he told Vlad he was the devil. True self came in. You know, but I watched this. I think I understand, or I got some of the gist of it. I still don't know what he actually said that was a misquote. You know, I still don't know specifically what that is. You know, but I do. for me personally, I look more at you know, Cam, which I didn't see what Cam said. I saw what Royce 5'9" said. You know, yeah, Royce hit him kind of hard. Royce hit him hard. And to me, it kind of seemed almost like, Lord Jamar and Godfrey responded to the backlash, just from somebody who wasn't really involved with it. And then I'm looking at it in retrospect. It's like, first year I came out kind of supporting this thing where, you sit down with Farrakhan and have a meeting. I mean, for me, that's just something where, listen, man, you did something wrong to me. How is it my duty to do anything in order for you to correct that? How's it my duty to do anything? Why do I have to do anything? So that's but it's one level of Supreme Shakim came in. It's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know what made y'all feel, at whatever different points that he was your friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, had you reacted the whole time, like, look, this is just a business thing that I'm doing where, I'm promoting whatever project or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, whoever it is, for the most part, when I'm dealing with people, whatever it is, like if I go to the gas station to pump gas, I'm just there pumping gas, man. I'm not there, everybody at the gas station is not my friend. Sometimes, I might start kicking with somebody and we'll get cool, but just this, so that was something a little bit to me, because see, like we go over on this channel, we study these lessons. One of the reasons we study them is so that we can recognize and realize these characters when we come across them in real life. That's one of the whole reasons that we study in the lesson. So, you coming across this dude for a period of years, and then you're going to say that, so that's that. I also, y'all put me on to the Wesley Muhammad. Is it Rabbi Harry Rosenberg that y'all was talking about that they had like a discussion? Is that the right one, or did I or was I on the wrong video? As W said, I think they just use each other to the max, and now it's time to go. Jamar got his show, Vlad has his audience because of Jamar. Definitely, because see, Jamar, especially I think La Illuminati, one of the reasons I think Jamar had a big impact is because Jamar was coming on there speaking about kind of the current artists. You know what I mean? Like when everybody was looking at, well, this person is doing something that's a little odd, but that's their swag. Jamar came out there as like, nah, I don't know about your swag, but that's not popular what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So just that amount of controversy. I remember he had a little controversy with Eminem. You know what I'm saying? Different people like that where, you definitely gonna bring you're gonna bring the people out that's attracted to the confusion. You know what I'm saying? And that is, what Vlad does. Like if Vlad, that would be a test. You know what I'm saying? If he tried to do a show where, he was teaching about something positive, would those go viral in the same way? D Christian. Right, yeah. Going at Kanye with the dresses. And just in general, you know what I'm saying? He was coming out, speaking on certain artists that might be popular more for things that they doing, you know what I'm saying, or eyeball things that they saying than for their music. You know what I'm saying? Which, like I said, is why I really don't like that talk show format in hip hop. Where you know you're the it's another layer that the artist is behind. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, as the artist, you got all these other people that's kind of ahead of you, and they can almost decide you know, how much attention you get for your music. You know what I'm saying? Like, you already got the labels, you got the radio stations, you got all these different people, and then now you got these talk show people who is like, yo, if I'm not starting enough controversy for you, then you're not interested in what I'm doing. That's W. So I gotta finish watching that with West. So it's which rabbi is it? It's Rabbi Rosenberg, because I saw it. I'm gonna tell you. I can't recall who it was. I'm not, and I didn't pay attention to it like I usually do. And you're right, I didn't see the whole thing. But it came, it coincides with today's topic. Culture versus religion. And from what I paid attention to, it appears that the rabbi was saying, listen, I believe in Judaism and you believe in Islam. So let's not discuss things on the basis of our belief. Let's just discuss the things that we can come to some kind of factual agreement on. And Wesley kept trying to get him to have a religious conversation. You know what I'm saying? And so he was running into, what I thought was some brick walls. Like when he said Elijah is still alive. All right, now look. We keep Elijah alive over here. That's what we do. We practitioners of Elijah's teachings. That's understood. But when the dude said, wait a minute, Elijah Muhammad was born in 1897, right? He said, yeah. He said, he's still alive, as you're saying. So Wesley said, yeah. And then the rabbi didn't say nothing. He just said, all right. I'm going to just let you, like, listen, man, if you really believe that, I can't debate you on that. But so yeah, I thought, from what I saw so far, from what I saw so far, I thought the rabbi got out. And Christian came in. All right, so Vlad misquoted Brother Farrakhan saying he calls Jews Satan, and that he encourages people to pick up rocks and throw them at him. I mean, Brother Farrakhan actually said, pick up the stone of truth against the so-called Jews who are not being true Jews. All right, yeah, that's definitely twisting things to create another type of narrative about what he said. I mean, I guess lesson learned. You know what I'm saying? Lesson learned. The Christian said, why did you see a headline with Delonte West panhandling? Delonte West, man, that's old news. Yeah, as W said, he's been on dog food for years. Yeah, he's maybe about 2 years after the meltdown in Cleveland. That's when I started seeing him. You know, he's been like you know, he got like where they filmed him. Don't tell Boy Mastermind about the pressers, but they brown on the outside, carbon base. One Love Supreme said, I watched the live with Godfrey and Lord Jamar. I never seen Jamar speak the language so fluently before in that kind of music. He makes a little nature as God with it. I mean, he has history with us. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of people they got some history with us. You know, uh, everybody don't have to be the same. You know, for other people, they can still accept him. You know, but for me, honorary 5%. What he's teaching don't coincide with these teachings. You know, but you know, he took whatever he feel is the best part for himself, you know what I'm saying, in terms of speaking the language. And that's, where he speaks on that. But he's look in everything that exists. You know what I'm saying? You got industry gang members that yeah, they go out and they make the anthems or whatever that the gang, they respective gangs like, and they out there flagging and promoting the style of it or whatever. You understand what I mean? But you can't go on Crenshaw. You can't go on O Block. You can't go, wherever the different places is, wherever your town is. You can't go there. You can't go on Prince Street. Bill came in. Yeah, the Christian, that's a good point. See, the rabbi didn't know those lessons though. Where you saying that Elijah is still alive. You know, uh, and see, listen, and this is where you get. Remember the other day we had that topic, showing and proving versus trying to justify. See, that's another thing. This is another case where it's like, so now if he's still alive, right, then that means that the whole fall of the NOI was really his plan. But see, I heard that same type of talk from the Nuwabians that uh, uh, Dr. York allowed himself to be convicted so that he could take the teachings into the penitentiary, right, and have access to all the brothers in there so that he could raise them up. I mean, don't get me wrong. Things happen for a reason. And, a lot of things do need a catalyst in order to occur. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, as long as the law was around, some people was only going to see him as God. And it was going to be more difficult for them to see it in themselves. I mean, we see right now, even, there's still some people that have difficulty seeing themselves as the supreme being. So yeah, that happened for a reason. But to say that, if we was to start saying that, well, yeah, he just planned that, he caused that to happen, so that we could grow and develop. Now, see, now you putting the narrative on the facts, right? That help you justify and not show and prove. See, what showing and proving is that we here right now, and now we can look back and see how, yeah, through that step, that was a stage of our growth and development. You understand what I mean? We had to grow up and get out the house, like all children. You understand what I'm saying? Or we would probably be the type of people now that goes around saying, well, Allah teaches us, Allah tells us what Allah said, and you see still some people like that. So that's, understandable, but we don't want to. Oh yeah, the Farrakhan Messiah. That's what I'm saying. The Farrakhan Messiah thing. That's what he's saying. He's saying, dude, that's your NOI belief that I can't falsify. It's unfalsifiable. Like if that's what you believe, you know what I'm saying. You got a certain amount of whatever you saying that he's the Messiah. So now we also got to deal with, okay, what is the Messiah? We need to define that. That was one of the things the brother is saying is that, okay, yeah, if you're Muslim, then he's the Messiah to you. But, like, this summer in particular, you got a lot of babies. Last one was a 6-year-old kid that got shot out here in the midst of a shootout. Where it appears now that the gang members, they're not really trying to shoot each other. They're trying to shoot up each other's blocks and shoot up events where it's like, oh, we know this is somebody affiliated with whatever organization is at this event. All right, we're going to shoot at it, but we're not really, But so that's what the rabbi was saying. But yeah, what about everybody else in the world? You know what I'm saying? And then the way he was speaking, it's like on the one hand, you saying the black man is God, but then you saying that Elijah Farrakhan was visited by God. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it was like, he started getting into them fine lines where it's like, all right, that's why y'all ain't getting me to come to Christ. On Love said, I watched the debate between the rabbi and Wesley. The rabbi exposed how the NOI does not use the authentic text of the Jewish scholars. The NOI uses the text that the Jews reject. I gotta get more in depth with watching it. You know what I'm saying? And I watched like the first little more than half, but I'm gonna check it out again to really do the knowledge in depth. But it did appear like that. Like the Jewish dude was saying, dude, Wesley is saying you believe this, you believe this, and the Jew is like, no, I don't. You tell me about Islam, I tell you about Judaism. But like I said, on the other hand, it just seemed like he was trying to, the rabbi was trying to have a little bit more of a factual debate where, Wesley was actually saying that. That was, in like the last part of what I was watching, that's what Wesley kept almost like trying to convince him that no, we need to have a religious conversation because we're believers. And the dude was saying, look, you believe what you want to believe. It's about what we can show and prove. So the Christian said that ain't going nowhere unless people really stop dealing with them. Most brothers and sisters ain't that concerned about disparaging remarks about the ministry. Probably below a certain age. if you, I don't know what the cutoff age would be, but you know, for the people that listen to the type of music that's out right now is their golden age. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the people who, you know, they golden age is like the mid 90s. You know what I'm saying? But the first people to consider themselves in the golden age was the people that was in the late 80s. You know, when Rakim and Coogee Rap and KRS One, Slick Rick, all these people, a lot of cats albums, Public Enemy, and see Farrakhan was a part of that. You know what I'm saying? Farrakhan was a part of that. You know, NOI doing security at the different parties that was going on back then. So, you know, Farrakhan holds a spot of endearment to brothers that was around at that time. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Farrakhan, you know, yeah, I know it's a lot of things with him. But at the end of the day, he was a part of the backdrop. He was a part of the atmosphere that had my mind open to this kind of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? This, you know, as I'm hearing it, like, yeah, it's foreign because I never heard the details of it. But you know, you couldn't listen. You know, if you heard a Public Enemy album, you know, if Public Enemy was one of your favorite groups, like Public Enemy is one of my favorite groups, then Farrakhan was a part of that. You know what I'm saying? You know, and the other brothers who, like, see right now, dudes is affected by drug dealers and drug addicts. And so that's the type of music that you hear. They're affected by gangbangers. KRS One, uh, uh, Rakim, Public Enemy, these people, that was a part of what was affecting them. Is Farrakhan and the speeches that he was giving at that time. Yes, I mean, the way he was speaking truth to power in his speeches, right, is a part of the same mentality came into hip hop. You understand what I mean? The same way he spoke truth to power in his speeches is the way that Public Enemy spoke truth to power in their songs. See what I mean? So I agree with you that probably people that come from a different era, like, you know, you got people that they in the game now, they wasn't even born then when Public Enemy was put out, when Public Enemy was at their peak, you know. So probably for those people, but for people that's over a certain age, you can't, you know, that kind of got his BS with them. But look, that's our business to deal with. That's our business to do. That's another thing, and you know, for me as an individual, look, some things that's our business. Me saying whether it's right, but that's our business to handle. That's our business to correct that. We got quiz Quaco Bond. To see, you know, he always got some specialized knowledge on things. Root words, religion. Root words of religion means to bind fast. Culture means cultivation of the mind through education, systematic improvement and refinement of the mind. Culture can also mean tilling of the land or preparing the earth for crops. Well, you know, we have the wordsmith in here. I'm not trying to give you a wordsmith job, but can you give us uh, etymological background on culture the same way you did on religion? What age demographic do you think are Vlad's majority subscribers? I think they older. Because if you look at the people that's coming on there, like you got people coming on there uh talking about what happened with Tupac. And like I said, a lot of people, the kids that's around right now, they wasn't even born when Tupac was around. You know what I'm saying? They have a whole different. Like you got the kid that, what was the kid's name that said, I don't really like Tupac. His music is boring. You know what I'm saying? When you telling people to come on, they talking about what happened at Death Row. You know what I'm saying? What happened when this person got their chain snatched and that. Most of that stuff is older. But then again, you know what? Like I said, I never was a fan of Vlad's. So I don't know what the majority of his shows is about. But the shows the episodes that I saw that was going viral, I would think they going viral with people that's a little bit older because, uh, you know, like you got the people coming on there like Trey D, uh, BG Knockout, those dudes is older. Now they said, I remember Farrakhan coming to my university to speak, a powerful speaker. One love Allah said, I never understood how Vlad is an atheist and a Jew at the same time. The math doesn't add up to me. Because in that context, Jew is not a religion belief, it's a culture of a certain type of people. Well, see, what the deal is, see, we had divine, if we had God's type of divine in here, I'm sure he would have something to say about this. He probably in the background listening. He's the hardest working man in Southside, so he probably just not getting a chance to speak right now. But that's kind of the conversation that we keep having about what's the difference between the Hebrews and the Jews. You understand what I'm saying? Now, going back just into the biblical story of it, right? When Moses went on the mountain and some of the 12 tribes, they started designing idols out of red bulls, they started fashioning bulls out of gold, right? That bull was a representative of Baal. That was his sign. Like Jesus' sign is the fish, Elijah's the ram, Baal was the bull. You understand what I'm saying? And so those people was worshiping the regular religions that was around Canaan at that time. You understand what I'm saying? Only 2 tribes ever worship Judaism and really dealt with Yahweh, that science. You see what I'm saying? And so in that way, the other tribes is, okay, y'all are our brothers and sisters based on we got the same lineage, you know what I'm saying, coming from the patriarchs and everything, and then into the 12 tribes, but we don't believe the same things. This is a part of the when Jerusalem was the other 10 tribes were scattered and all of that. So that's why you have people who, and I'm not sure where you're from. So I'm from New York. So we got a large Jewish population. So I've heard them speak on this before. That's I'm not speaking for them. I'm telling you the history that I know. And what I've heard them say is that they're Jewish by heritage. By heritage, they understand themselves to be related to these people, but they do not believe in the teachings of it. You know what I'm saying? They may think that Moses is not real. David, all of these different people. You got people who, they're on their birth certificate, it says Jewish because their mother was Jewish, right? But they don't identify with the teachings. They only identify with the bloodline. all on the business in the building. Yes, he's 793rd. He's from that time where, you know, we listened to Farrakhan, and Farrakhan was, you know, because whenever he uh, resurrected his NOI, right? Whenever he brought that, that was the mid 80s. That was like, 84. He came into Madison Square Garden, and so that had an impact on the kids that was around at that time. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't a lot of people speaking like that. At that time, most, the Martin Luther King legacy, right, was a little more in full swing. You know what I'm saying, than any of the militant legacies. You know what I'm saying, in terms of Malcolm X or Black Panthers. You was hearing much less about that at that time. He was a part of creating an atmosphere that was more about knowledge and less about ignorance. Now, I didn't hear the new Paris, but Paris is another individual who was, influenced by Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? So, kind of wherever you was, Farrakhan, he had something to do, like I said, it's nothing that I really learned from Farrakhan. I never really learned nothing where I could say, like, yeah, listening to his speeches, I learned this, I learned that. But, just in general, I look at that, like, look, even Muhammad Ali, right? And this is not to disparage Floyd, but I'm just saying that today's kids got heroes like Floyd Mayweather. You understand what I'm saying? He's the greatest boxer. You know what I'm saying? Of this era. I grew up with Muhammad Ali being the guy. You see what I'm saying? So just that contrast of what is Muhammad Ali likely to say, right? And what is Floyd Mayweather likely to say? So, you seeing that Muhammad Ali, right, he deal with Islam, he's saying these things about oppression and everything. So this is where your mind is going to be at. Whereas Floyd, he's talking about, flossing and gambling and phone money and all of this stuff. So that's what you see the people doing. So that's why, I think that was kind of, I could definitely understand what the people are saying in terms of, look, no, you can't diss Farrakhan. If anybody's going to diss Farrakhan, it's going to be us. Line 13. Religion is an instrument of control, whereas culture is controlled by us. Culture being our activities or ways of living which we control. Can we get a little etymology on that, though? Quiz Quaker. Right. Q-Tip. You know what I'm saying? Tribe Called Quest. That was another group. That's what I'm saying. If you go back and you look at all these classical groups, man, Ice Cube was another dude that was influenced by Farrakhan to be speaking the truth of power in the way that he did. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, if you started listening to hip hop with 50 Cent or you just listening now with Cardi B, then yeah, you like, nah, they don't really care about Farrakhan. Nah, well, Jews, Divine 13 said, I thought that's the same Hebrew and Jews. See, Jews are actually practitioners of the religion of Judaism. Hebrews is descendants biologically of Jacob. The 12 tribes is all Hebrews. Out of those 12 tribes, 2 of them practice Judaism. God Abisa, when I was up top, a brother told me that he was born in 5%, not sworn in. He no longer adds on to the culture though. Would that be similar to Vlad being an atheist? Well, for one, first of all, it demonstrates that he never understood what it was that this is about. You can see this don't travel by the bloodstream. This travels through the mind. See, this nation don't exist because 2 people had sex with each other. This nation don't exist because people got a whole bunch of followers and took them somewhere and then they dealt with sexual signs that gave rise to them. We here because of the science of the mind. And see, like you say, he no longer adds on to the culture. That means he never understood. Because none of us was sworn in. That sounds good, when you're dealing with, brothers that got a little bit of knowledge. See, because no matter who you was born to, you got to choose this for yourself. You got to be able to see this in yourself. So don't just tell me, oh, your father is this person, your mother is that person. Okay, that's good for them. I know what they did. What about you? But now, getting to your direct question, would that be similar to Vlad being an atheist? Yes, it would. You know what I mean? Where if you just deal with, like this brother who you're talking about, right? If you deal with the people that he calls his aunts and uncles, if he starts telling you about the people that he grew up with, and you growing up, your parents got certain people, whether they brothers and sisters, other family, whether it's their friends, these are people that you grew up with, in your house, when you see them outside, like, if they see you right now, they be like, oh man, last time I seen you, you was this big or whatever. So based upon that, he's gonna share a 5% history with us. A lot of people that we say, oh, this great God or that great earth, right? He's gonna know them too. But he's not a practitioner of the teachings. Because Plato Levon said when they returned from captivity in Babylon, it was only Judah and Benjamin that returned. You know what I'm saying? So you had Judah and Benjamin, those are the ones that held their heads. You know what I mean? In terms of the Judaism. But so that's kind of the difference, and that's why you got a lot of them in New York that they consider themselves Jewish by heritage, but they're not practitioners of Judaism. Got big love in the building. Naive, he says, is Allah the same God as Yahweh? Are they the same? See, all of you got to go into the names. You know what I'm saying? And now we kind of going a little bit off of my field of expertise when you start getting into language. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these different names that they got, you understand what I'm saying? They all just kind of like, especially like when you're dealing with Islam and Judaism. A lot of these names just got like one extra letter in it or something. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of these you really have to go into the historical, uh, the historical people. Like all of these religions was given rise by a particular people. You understand what I'm saying? Or at least they was, the growth and development, the expansion of these religions came from different people. You understand what I'm saying? So, especially when you start getting into these other names, Elohim and all of these names they just names. You know what I'm saying? See, one thing you got to recall, or one thing I don't know, what degrees you got. But see, at one time, everybody was writing their own history. See, that's one thing that religions did. See, religions put everybody on the same history. We all worshiping the same thing. But as an example, right, what I would tell you about is when you go into the Egyptian science, in terms, I'm talking about just if you recall from school, you know what I'm saying, from the Egyptians up into the Romans, right? Almost every city had their own gods because the people over there was writing their own history and whatever, terminology they chose to use for the principle that is the most high was the terminology that they chose. So that's why when you see in Egyptology, you see a lot of these guys, they all got the same powers. Because these was the people over there. And then, that's one of the things, the way I understand Egyptology, somebody might understand it better than me, that one of the ways how they got that whole pantheon of all these different guys, Amun Ra, Qatar, all these different guys, was because as they conquered different people, right, who in that city, that was with the name that they used for the principle of the Most High, right? They added that on to whatever it was they was teaching. You see what I'm saying? So when you look in Greece, right, and Athena was the god, but only for Athens. Sparta had a different god. And see, as they started forming these empires, right, you still had bickering going on between people who had their own histories written. And so, up into the modern right now that we got Christianity, that's part of the reason. Because there were so many religions in the Roman Empire and so many different trains of thought, so many different people had their own history that they kept bickering. So in order to keep the peace, just like right now, when you see the protests going on out there, they tell you, listen, we need the rule of law. We need law and order because capitalism cannot, it can't be successful in that atmosphere. So, you got to get into the science of that, to really, at the end of the day, I'm not my, whatever this is right here, you know what I'm saying? Like where, it's these guys over here and those guys over there. It's one of the things where, listen, look, the way we deal with it, right? We got God in the earth. Look, she can't be being the seed for me while she being the seed for you. Not at the same time. You understand what I'm saying? And if she bears seed for me, she bears seed for you. One of us had to be first. That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I answered your question. Let me know if I did. The Safe Space Invaders Project. I think I'm out the loop on that. What's the Safe Space Invaders Project? So yeah, beach bars and culture, Judah and Benjamin. Now look though, apparently is some of the Levites, because Moses was a Levite. So there's that. But Judah and Benjamin is the two that didn't stray away when Moses went to the top of the mountain. Everybody do the each one teach one for me and hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, subscribe. When I hit 900 subscribers, we're gonna have a sale on the merchandise. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get back. I've been being lazy. See, I got my Patreon on the little thing that's scrolling right there, right here. The Patreon, join the Patreon. I'm gonna start doing some stuff. I'm actually I gotta hit Infinite up. Infinite from Law School of Mecca, from the Law School of Mecca page. We're gonna do some content. We put it on my Patreon. You know what I mean? So join the Patreon over there too as well. If you get an opportunity to do that. Line 13 said, are those two, so you saying are those two tribes? Are those two tribes all over Europe and even worldwide? That's where things get convoluted. That's where things get convoluted in terms of who are the Ashkenazi and who are the Sephardic Jews, right? Who are they in terms of what are their backgrounds and genealogy, right? And then what is the name? Is there a name for the African Jews? I mean, I know they have their tribal names, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about within the Jewish diaspora, like I said, you got the Sephardic, which is the ones that they look Arabic, and you can't tell them from Arabs. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the ones that we got here in New York, the Ashkenazi, where you can't tell them from Europeans. You know what I'm saying? So, this is where the history gets clouded, and we end up in a situation where we have a question about who are the true Jews. All right, so culture, the etymology comes from cultus, the act of laboring, labor, care, cultivation. All on business, hit the scene. We got the law will manifest. So you got Lisa and Vlad said the whole idea of a chosen people is ridiculous. To paraphrase, interesting that there's no anti Semitism flack for that. Well, I guess that depends on what on he means chosen by who. Because we was most certainly chosen to be the people that you know was used as a resource to build up the world in a way that was beneficial for you, Mr. Black. That was a decision that was made. You have to, well, I'm sure Vlad knows about them verses. So we'll see. All in the business said the Talmud paints a clear picture of Judaism. Uh, you see, even that in and of itself is some kind of separation. The Talmud is a, a volume of books that have been produced since Moses came back with the commandments. See, and there's the beliefs in there is a little, like, here in New York, we got the Hasidic Jews. They don't really believe in the Torah. They may look at it in terms of the genealogies, certain histories or whatever like that, but in terms of what they believe and the practices that they have and everything, they really follow the Talmud. SW said, I'm the wrong person to discuss religion with. I look at it all as a book of stories and parables. Wait, I might be the right person. Hey, man. Jackie, mostly we've been talking about what's God. I just got caught up to what's going on with Vlad and Jamal, and then the brothers also put me on to the discussion between Wesley Muhammad and Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. So we was kind of just discussing how those two things played out right now. Right. See, all of the business talking about the names of different guys. A lot of the names started off as just sayings or symbols or pictures. Many of the names just came from utterances. Okay, so 90 days I didn't answer his question. Okay, let me look back at the question again. It's a lot of the same guys. Well, I would have to say, so the question is a lot of the same God as Yahweh. It's hard for me to say because I don't know what they believe in. You know what I'm saying? Is the principle of the Most High the same regardless to whom or what? Yes. That's part of the concept behind what's the dude's name? I think is it Amin, who he stopped the worship of all the other gods in Egypt because he's saying, now listen, you all of this you're just confusing the picture. It's only one Most High. You understand what I'm saying? And it's the same concept from when Muhammad goes into the Kaaba, right, and destroys the 99 idols. Because everybody's coming here worshiping the Most High and all these different names, you know what I'm saying? And so, they come to this one name that means the God. But I mean, what you got is different people. You know what I'm saying? And me not being a part of those people is, it's hard for me to say now. From another angle now, we dealing with the Abrahamic tradition. Now, if we go strictly based on the Abrahamic religion, then yes, they're the same guys. The Jewish God, the Christian God, and the Islamic God is the same person. And this is the reason why they've been fighting over who is really this God's chosen people. The Christians is saying that we was chosen by Jesus. The Muslims is saying we was chosen through Ishmael. And the Jews is saying we was chosen through Isaac. But yeah, that's all I want to history. So Falashas are the Ethiopian Jews, sometimes called Beta Israel. Greg Wright. Welcome to the channel, Greg Wright. Do the Each One Teach One, hit the like button and subscribe. Welcome to the channel. Love was saying that, a lot of the Jews, the different, especially I know the Hasidic Jews do, they have certain private books. For instance, the the different knowledge behind the what do you call the thing that they do? It matches up with supreme mathematics. The tree of life stuff that they got. Man, what's the name of that stuff again? Kabbalah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they got other secret things of that nature too. Guys Boxing Corner. It's for good. All of the business that Vlad is like COINTELPRO for hip hop and the rap game. True. Because Vlad, that's another thing about Vlad, I don't watch all of his shows, but see, Queen's Flip is mostly like, look, we're gonna go back to the 80s, 90s, talk about stuff where, look, people already did their bids. Vlad is on the current, Vlad in academics. Wow. He was another dude that I was like, when I first started seeing him, I was like, yo, is he down with them or something? I couldn't figure him out. Still can't. Quavo said a lot of people that claim to be Jews jumped on the bandwagon when the League of Nations found present-day Israel in 1947. They didn't consider that Judaism was a belief system and not a race. Guys Boxing Corner said that's interesting. All right, so that's the dude I'm talking about. Akhenaten, was the brother who was saying that, listen, we all one people now. So, us saying God by all these different names, all of the business said there's only one God, Allah, Elohim, Yahweh, all means one God. See, that's what I'm saying. When you, when you start going into the language of it, that's when you start, tracing language is one way that they analyze history. You know what I'm saying? In terms of linguistic uh, likenesses and linguistic differences. You know what I'm saying? Of telling is this one people right here. You know what I'm saying? You got languages, you got language families. You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at the language family, you will see that these people is talking about the same thing. I got Dr. Vinci came in the building. God's boxing corner said, I cannot and was seen as weak for that. It's some of the other stuff he was doing in his reign. Drew up how Akhenaten was portrayed in the glyphs, weak posture in the pot belly. Yeah, those are all, aspects of the reality of that. I'm not you know, all that well versed on Egyptology. I know that part of the history. You know what I'm saying? But getting into the question of the live today, right? Culture versus religion. We already had a few people. We already had a few people speak on. Oh, let me put the link. You put the link in the chat. Anybody that might want to come on, but a few people already gave their understanding on culture versus religion. Because I've even seen how some people that is amongst us, really a lot of people that's amongst us, right? It's difficult for them to really understand how we approach it, right? Because of the type of terms that we use. Like once you use the term God, right? For a lot of people, you speaking religious. You know what I mean? When you start using terms like righteous, they see it as, we've begun to speak religiously already. You said Elion means the most high God. Right? All those names mean Lord, the Lord, I am. Yeah, it's just Reveal said you live out a culture and you carry out a religion. As W said, I am God versus I submit to God. So Divine, what you said that how come some brothers is unable to see the difference? Because see, cultures, right? They kind of got foundations. You know what I'm saying? And our culture is centered around us, right? With the terminologies that we use, right? A lot of times come from religious people. And see, and this is something we discussed in the room already before, is that You know, when you're dealing with people that came before a certain time when religion was still very strong, right? That's the way they understand the world. And so that was one of the realities that had to be, or that was one of the ideas that had to be destroyed. Was that whoever is causing things that happen around you, right, is some mysterious being that exists everywhere. The idea of that had to be destroyed. And so all of the powers that was given to these mystery gods, right, was things that was actually done by people. See, in the religious world, they say, you know, God works through other people. But now this is, like I said, this is a justification that you're coming up with after the fact. You're coming up with this justification after the fact. The fact is, right, that we talking about things that people did. See, like right now, I could come out and tell y'all a story that I took a little nap, and when I took a nap, Allah came to me in a dream. And in that dream, He said, "God, today I want you to build on culture versus religion." See, I didn't say that. You see what I'm saying? I can say that. But for everything that occurred, right, that power had to be taken from the mystery. You see what I'm saying? Like, one of the things that it shows you that in the lessons too, and it's saying what make rain, hail, snow, earthquake. Because, a lot of us, depending on how old you are, you grew up with this idea that the mysterious God that exists everywhere except right here, like He exists everywhere except right here. You know what I'm saying? All of this had to be destroyed. See what I mean? Because in reality, there's lots of things that it only exists. A name is a distinction. Like if I name something, that means it's different from everything else. You see what I'm saying? So if this is a table, right? Something else can't be a table. When I name the cup has to be something else. But if all I ever had in here was tables, I probably wouldn't have a name for a table. Like if there was no less high, why would we need to specify who the most high is? See, like dudes from New York, we don't walk around saying, "Y'all, I'm a New Yorker." We only say that when we get around people that's not from New York. So by the same token, no, we didn't always refer to ourselves as God. I just call you by your name. SW. The Christian said culture is a way of life. Religion is a mental control mechanism, a box to place your mind in, a limitation. Because our purpose of the culture is our God, where we live according to our understanding. Knowledge begins with self. Religion is someone else telling us how to behave according to their interpretation. The culture our God is lived out at all times. Religion has a place in time. Wrong J. So now you think, I'm curious to know your thoughts on Christ and Christianity. Well, our teachings is that Jesus' teachings was not Christianity. See, Christianity is a religion based on stories about what Christ did. You know what I'm saying? Christianity, I'm saying if we go by what they say, let me not even put none of my source on it. Christianity is from 325 AD, that is. You understand what I mean? Christ was not on the scene at that time. Christianity is the teachings of Constantine in the Roman Empire. Jesus Christ's teachings was freedom, justice, and equality. Did I answer that question? Naive, you got a lot of questions. Born sincere. What? What are you asking me how the law will manifest? When sincere came in. But most of y'all hit it on the head. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, you know, uh, it's interesting. How is Jesus teaching freedom, justice, and equality? Well, in one thing is one example in the Bible, a story in the Bible, right, of how he went into the temple, right, smacking people around, flipping over tables. They said when he came out of the temple, he had blood on his robes. And what he was upset about is that the priest was holding the knowledge and wisdom above the heads of the regular people. So in particular, in this case, the priest was making money. And when I say making money, I mean like the Federal Reserve, like they print the money. Like they had their own kind of money. I want to say it was the shekel, but research that for yourself. I could be wrong on what exactly the name of that coin was. But at that time, in order for you to worship within Judaism, they still was doing sacrifices. They still, like somebody used the term scapegoat, they still had the scapegoat at that time, where they would say that, okay, this goat represents the negativity that everybody's doing. And then they sacrifice this goat, or whatever, the lamb, whatever people had to sacrifice. So people had to come to the temple and make their sacrifice in order to satisfy their religious duties or whatever. But it got to the point where you couldn't bring your own lamb. The the priest was selling lambs there, right? But in order for you to get that lamb, you had to have their money. They only was trading in their money. You see what I mean? And so that gave them a kind of monopoly over people who it's like, okay, you scared not to do this because then you're going to offend God, right? But at the same time, you got to go according to these priest rules. You see what I mean? So then now you don't have freedom, you don't have equality, and they're not dealing with you just. You see what I mean? So when Jesus came in there, slapping people around, you see what I'm saying, and telling them, listen, you can't treat the people like this. You don't have no monopoly on my Father's house. You see what I'm saying? So that's one example. You know, you asked for examples right there. That's one example of how his teachings was freedom, justice, and equality. It didn't have nothing to do with this heaven and hell stuff. You understand? Now they say, you know, your New Testament. Listen, man, I told you I came out that world. You know, see, when I was a part of Christianity, I really was trying to understand it. The same way I understand, I was sincere. And that was one of the things that caused me to leave it, was because I realized that, hold up, man, you know, the rest of y'all people is faking. If it ain't, you know, they couldn't convince me that the problem was I wasn't believing enough. So that's what they convinced everybody else. Well, you know, your faith ain't strong. Nah, Holmes. I don't really believe this shit. Like when I go up in an airplane, I'm looking for something. Let me tell you how real I was with it, Naeem. When I went in an airplane the first time, right, I was looking to see God. I was like, yeah, we get up there, we see God, you know, but look, I was being rational about it. I was like, you know something though? I know God is mad busy, son. I know he's mad busy saving lives, doing miracles and all this. So I'm probably not going to see God, but I'm going to probably see some angels though. I'm going to see some angels. I'm going to see some people that just died floating up into the heavens. You know, I'm going to see some people over there on the clouds over there, sitting with their whole family and everything. That's what I was expecting to see the first time we got in the plane and we went above the clouds. And I didn't see nothing. So then I turned to ask my mom, I said, listen, you know, we up here, what's the deal? And she said, nah, it's not like that. And that was the first time I realized, okay, this is, you ain't telling me that this ain't how y'all explain it at the church. This ain't the way how y'all explain it. How you being is different. You see? And then it just became too many things like that. Where it's like, oh yeah, but nah, it's not like that. It's different. All right, you know what, man? And then I started noticing other people stealing money at the collection plate. You know what I'm saying? And just things started happening. Was like, nah, son, if he was real and you be striking people down, you understand what I mean? You would surely strike somebody down for that. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, all of these things, I just became disillusioned with it. But I'm saying I used to go to Sunday school. You know, that's the kind of family I came from. So that's why I understand this religious stuff. I understand this stuff. But de-Christian, I left out of there. Christianity, I would say by like 82. I was done with that. You know what I'm saying? So somewhere around that time, I would say like, yeah, around that time, you know, I didn't tell the people, yo, I'm leaving the church. I just stopped staying at people's house that I knew was going to send me to church. You know what I'm saying? You know, it got to the point where, look, I outgrew my last suit, and then I'm not going to get no other suit. Like to this day right now, You see me in no suit. I know people look, you need a suit for this or that. Listen, Gary being this right here. I don't know. You know, I just stopped going when he was trying to give me a suit. I started being non-cooperative and just, with certain people that I knew, like, if I stayed with my great grandmother, I'm going to church. So I stopped staying over there. You know what I'm saying? Certain other people, certain cousins, whatever the case may be. Listen. All right, now 90 Day, we're going to get into what you just said right there. Because you got a whole bunch of questions to answer if you really believe that. So, Love said the term Christian was first made in a place called Antioch, and it actually meant idiot at the time, long after Jesus died. Interesting. Quizarquaco said, here's the funny part with Constantine, him being a Roman, saw Greek letters in the sun, chi, and rho. Jesus told his disciples, think not that I have come to bring peace, rather a sword. Matthew chapter 10, 34 verse. What is sun, chi, and rho, though? Like just the bar. Yeah, the building blocks of illusion, they didn't work on me, man. See, I'm gonna tell you what it is. And this is a way, this is something else I tell you about how you have to know how to speak the language that's written, that these books is written in. These holy books, great books, whatever you want to call it, right? You have to know, you have to understand the language, right, that they written in. See, when I was in Christianity, you really to this day, see, I take things literally. You remember when I said, look, I didn't understand about Facebook. Like when people was talking smoke, I thought they was serious. I didn't know. I take things literally. If a person tell me something, unless you tell me, you just jumped off the Empire State Building, without a parachute. Yeah, there's some things, of course, but that's taking things literally too. It's for me to understand that, okay, this is not in the realm of possibility. You see what I'm saying? So being that I took things literally, I really expected to see burning bushes. I really expected, I'm like, listen, man, I believe this stuff at that level. The only person, Naeed, I'm telling you, the only person who ever told me something, and because he saw when I was, that I wasn't interested in this Christianity stuff no more. And it was something I asked him about believing in God. Or somehow it came up, and he said, listen, if God landed on the roof right there and just started shooting lightning bolts out, then you would know he exists. And then you wouldn't have to believe in him. You know what I'm saying? Because, he's coming from the Christian mindset that, we have to have this faith in Jesus and let Jesus into our heart and everything. And, everything is by faith. And he could see that, I didn't have no more faith. So that's what he was trying to tell me about faith, and why you got to have it is because that's the only thing you can have when you don't know. Of course, I took the red pill. Universal 7, you was in Sunday school. Trust me, you haven't been to as much Sunday school as me. The God I be said culture comes from the Latin root cultura, which means growing or cultivation. I take that to mean when people started to tend the soil, a way of life was created around people that tend the soil. Yeah, you're getting into the crux of Let's deal with that before we get to Naeed's statement. Because Naeed, this statement, we're going to get into this. Naeed said, "You are right in my book. God is with you always. You might not have seen him, but he is with you." Now, see, this is not Vlad TV, so I don't want to go into details. But listen, there's been a whole bunch of things that happened to me, right? Whereas he was with me, he ran or something. I don't. He was with me. Where he had my back, way back, because you got to tell me about. Wait, but we're gonna get into that in a second, man. Listen, dealing with the topic that we're dealing with, though, right? Culture and religion, right, is two ideas, right, that inform your actions. You know what I'm saying? Culture and religion. The religion, right, in religion, those actions is based on beliefs. It's based on beliefs and things that's unseen and unknown. And a culture always has a basis in reality. So see, like I said, people who farm, they got a certain culture. The time they get up, you know, the foods they eat, you know what I'm saying? If you weigh in land, right, your culture is probably going to revolve more around eating, you know, cows and chickens. Because you landlocked. Whereas if you live on an island, your culture is going to involve eating a lot more fish. See what I'm saying? Like the Eskimos, their culture, they eat seals. That's because seals is there. That's a part of the reality of that place. That's the basis for it. People that eat sugarcane, you know, that cultivate that, that's a reality of where they are. As opposed to actions that we take based upon religion, right? Is on stuff that we believe, stuff that's unseen, right? And stuff that's unknown. So just like we was dealing with the religious people at that time that was practicing Judaism, they were sacrificing lambs and chickens or whatever it might be, right? In order to gain the favor of God for their crops or something. See, that's based upon ignorance, right, on what makes these crops grow. Based upon the ignorance of what makes rain, hail, snow, and earthquake. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to being based in the reality of where we at. You know what I mean? Like right now, we might have in this room, right, some brothers is might be in the South. You know what I mean? Some brothers might be in the North. So now our culture that we have, the clothes that we wear, you know, a brother that's down in the south part of Texas, he may not have the same type of coat. Like, see, the bar is from Chicago. So with the brother that's in the south part of Texas, yeah, he gets a little, but it don't get like Chicago. All that's a part of the culture, you know. A part of the reality of New York is how many people is here. You know, how many people is here cause us to have a certain culture. You know, the kind of people that's around us. You got a whole bunch of people here. It's not like, okay, you might be in a town somewhere in the South where 40% of the town is related to you. And another 40% of the town is, you know, somehow, you know, they aunt used to go with your uncle, so y'all families have been, there's people, right? You go in certain towns, and for every person in that family, there's somebody in this family they went to school with. They be like, oh, oh yeah, I know. Yo, how's your pops, man? Yeah, man, he was in 11th grade together. That's the difference between culture and religion. See, that's why cultures, right, can be shared. Cultures can mix, and religions cannot. So you didn't really never hear that people was just fighting over culture, like you hear people was just fighting over religion, because we never going to get to the bottom and be able to reconcile things when things is based upon your faith, right, and things that you don't know and you haven't seen. And so this is the difference between, right, we deal with Islam. Right? Where's Mr. 120? Calm Islam. We deal with Islam. Right? So now, let's take that next step. Right? Dealing with the born degree, right? In the born degree in the 1 to 10. When it says Islam has no birth record. Now, question to the room. Does the religion of Islam have a birth record? We want to get into a little bit dealing with this topic right here, right? We want to get into a little bit of what is a birth record. But hold on, while we get here, right? Because see, listen, Naeed. Now we're gonna get into what Naeed said. God is always with me. If God has been with me all this time, He has some explaining to do. Like, I'm gonna tell you something, Naeed. If let's say I'm wrong, let's say on the slight outside point that I'm wrong. Jackie, see, Jackie, you from Detroit, right? See, that's some Detroit shit, right? Jackie said, I was confused on how we love Jesus, but then retaliate on his killers. You see when Constantine and the boys was drawing up the Bible, they didn't. Oh man, listen, man, the Random Jews channel is crazy. that's oh man, we're supposed to get at Jesus ops over that one, right? But yeah, if God has been with me, He got some explaining to do tonight. And let me tell y'all something. If I get to the pearly gates, right, and God is here talking about, hey man, we need you to testify for all the shit you've been doing. Vietnam, for who you doing? While all this was going on, wait, you mean you was here the whole time and you didn't lift a finger? You didn't lift a finger, Holmes. And now I'm gonna get here and you're gonna ask me what I was doing? Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Nah, man, trust me, man. I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old you are. Uh, uh, and where you from? But I'm saying, if this God is really with people, why do He place children in certain situations? Like, these are your children, you're supposed to love them so much. Why would you set them down? Like, why would you make a baby be born in Iraq or Afghanistan? Not the country as itself, they say, but I'm saying during these times with all these bombs is dropping. And why would you drop me off in New York City? Look, if you drop me off, look, in the middle of the dope era, right? You look, I grew up right in time for the crack era. You know what I'm saying? Why would you do these things, man? Why would you do? You gotta explain this stuff to me. You gotta explain this stuff. Because at the end of the day, if your whole point is that you want me to love you, like you putting me through all this trials and tribulations because you want me to love you, nah, it ain't work. You know, and this is rather narcissistic. You know, this is an individual who you're definitely holding. You're holding me to a higher standard than you uphold. Because see, I couldn't do that to my children. If you took your child right now to the South Bronx and left them there, you're going to jail. And right now, let alone at the time when I was coming up. But if you left your child in a place like that, what would be the case? So how come, think about it. Jealousy is one of the 7 deadly sins. But he's a jealous guy. But I need an explanation for that. If he was with me, why didn't he grab that guy's hand before he stabbed me? The kind of people like, see, if love was with me, that wouldn't happen. See, the guys that I deal with, the guys that's with me, that ain't gonna just happen like that. Love said, that's so ill how you thought as a child because I was looking hard for at least 2 angels up there. Am I on the wrong side of the plane? Yo, love, you know something? That did happen to me too. Like I'm looking out this window, right? And I ain't see them. So I'm over here trying to look at it. I'm trying to look at it. Oh man. Listen, man, we started off serious, man. I don't know how I came to this. So Kai wrote the root of Christos. Oh, I see. With Greek letters, but Romans had their own script. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not too well versed on language. So, the bar asks a question here. How do you know that which you can't see or perceive? That's been my question to religious people for, the entire time. I just like, we praying and he supposed to be talking to us, but I can't hear what he's saying. Like, how a person tell you, uh, the reason why you don't know these things about God is because we cannot possibly conceive of God with our minuscule minds. We can never perceive on a level that's high enough to perceive God. Okay, well, how are you telling me this? And how can you explain to me, how do you have a whole book 66 chapters, if you come out of the Baptist church like me, right? You got this whole book of 66 chapters where you describing something to me that you can't possibly perceive. Like, how is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you in the first grade, how do you write a whole book, 66 chapters on calculus? How do you do that? You barely know long division, but you're gonna write a whole book on calculus. So you guys, I mean, I guess my answer is I don't know. Antebellum, the movie, check out how they assimilate those times into these times. I mean, I've been stopped watching the movies. I'm not. I don't really like to be entertained like that. I don't know what it is, or at least the way that they do it. Don't get me wrong. I like to hear good music. You know what I'm saying? But I don't. The kind of movies and stuff that come out now, it's not my kind of stuff. So Antebellum, all of this, and there's all of these other themes that's in there that I just don't like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you one thing it is see, it's hard for me to what's that term they say you gotta suspend reality or something? That you gotta suspend your disbelief in order to I can't do it. I can't do it. So I don't even bother myself with these movies, man. You know what I'm saying? Harriet Tubman, Black Panther, what's in that crap? Straight out of Compton. I ain't look at none of it. Ron J said I was leaning towards the Roman language being a Coptic Latin. Hmm. What is up? People say knowledge and understanding manifests culture and mastery. No, 632. Oh yeah. Right. I don't know why I always uh mix up. Now look, when they tell you, right? Now look, in the born degree, right? It says that it has no beginning or ending. But when you do the knowledge to the history of the religion of Islam, they tell you that it began with Muhammad. Who was birthed in 570. You see how it's a record? Just like you got records from school. This was your first grade teacher, and then you graduated with this grade right here, and that's why you was put in this class right here in the second grade. It's a running record of things that happen in the order that they happened in. We have no birth record because there's nothing that happened in the order before us. There's no other thing that happened where you could say, well, how somebody asks you, yo, when did this such and such a thing happen? And you say, well, now I know at that time, this particular child that I have right here, they was this age when that happened. See, that's a record of things that happened before a thing and things that happened after it. So if you go in and out of jail, you got a record. Where it begins, all right, this is the first time you got arrested right here. You went in this jail, why you went there? Okay, so your birth certificate, this record that came before you got arrested, it says you was born at a certain time when you're 16 now. See, there's nothing like that. There's nobody there to say, oh yeah, now I was there. I saw that happen. I saw that happen. But with this right here, we see that there's a running record, because then we could go into Muhammad's history. And deal with the Koresh tribe. See, all that's the record. Now, somebody, if you think differently, right? If you think that Islam does have a birth, well, if you think the original man does have a birth record, right? Give me those things like that happened before the original man existed. There was never a time when man was not. Of course, we have to define man. Just like when you say Islam has no birth record, you have to define Islam. Are you talking about the culture of Islam, or are you talking about the religion of Islam? Because we got plenty of dates for the religion of Islam. The God Abi said the religion has a birth record, but not according to their mythology. I don't think I've ever heard their mythology. What is their mythology? Oh yeah, Jack King is down in Alabama in Mobile, but see, in Mobile, listen, when you get to them states like that, hey, listen, once you pass Washington, D.C., everybody got guns. And they ain't playing. See, look, the Constitution that was drawing that up, they didn't know Mobile, Alabama. I can't, man. Nah, man, we got to get it to my ops, man. I was gonna let them kill our man like that, man. I guess that's the part of the story where Jesus said, they know not what they do. Oh, man, listen, man. That is crazy. Because Quaco said Supreme Alphabet says, I, Islam, I serve Lord and Master. Jack King said he did so much dirt. He just like to see other people do dirt. That's how the mystery God is. Hey, listen, after all the work he put in the Old Testament, he just likes to see other people do dirt. Yeah, the big homie was pushing the line in the Old Testament. Ah, man. Listen, man. The Christian. Oh man, y'all going in, man. Y'all going in on Yahweh here today, man. Listen, I tell y'all something. After today, all y'all better hope we right. Y'all better hope we don't get to, y'all better hope we don't get to the pearly gates. They got a room over here. They got a room over here with a sign that say random Jews niggas. Oh, man. Oh, hold on. Matter of fact, though, we can't just talk like that no more because, I just happened to be checking last night. I was looking at the thing. Listen, I'm up to 33%. I'm up to 33% female viewership now. See, if I need that applause button like Lord Jamar got on his channel. See, the hotepness. is paying off. You see, the mystery God gets no he gets no relief here on the Random Jews channel. But we love, respect, and protect the black woman on Random Hotep channel Jews. 33%, y'all. That's how we do. D. Cricket said the mystery God been doing his own experiments, police brutality, racism, murder, drugs, etc. He's psychopathic. God, Abi said, why would this mystery God have to play this whole game? It just does not make sense. Yeah, you know, and that's another thing that he would have to answer for if I ever got to the pearly gates. Like, dude, you making deals with the devil, son. You making deals with the devil. Like, this is a game. How many people saw the movie Trading Places? I know the older people in the room saw the movie Trading Places. Like, that's how it is. Like Dave Mortimer and what was the other brother's name? They Mortimer and the other brothers, right? And we are Eddie Murphy. Like, y'all playing this game with our life, you know, for what is this? What they did that for? A $2 bet or something? Over a $2 bet, you know, you letting on, let's go on. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, this, what kind of game is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the story? I always get the guy's name wrong. Is it Job or Lot? That they make the deal where they say, well, look, you know, let me make him suffer and then see if he believes in you after that. What kind of game is this? I don't understand this. Rome J said Carthage and Rome, even though enemies in times of peace, traded with one another for a very long time beforehand. Is it possible that there was a common language there somewhere? Absolutely, Rome J. I'm not saying that I know exactly what it is, but we know that lingua franca has always existed. You know what I'm saying? We got the wordsmith is not here. Quizar Quaco, perhaps you could look this up for me. Lingua franca means the French language. So at the time when that concept came up, the language that everybody was speaking was French. They was the top people in the world at that time, the superpower. You understand what I'm saying? So right now, kind of the lingua franca of the world is English. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see, you know, different leaders of different countries, they come to the UN, they speak in English. You understand what I mean? And it's been that way since the British Empire, so it's kind of really soaked in right now. You know, but absolutely, there's no way for us to do trade until we got a common language and a standard set of measures. You know what I'm saying? I can't give you something that's a pound in my country, but it's not a pound in your country. You know, it's got to be a pound that we agreed on. You know what I mean? You can't have 15 ounces in your pound, you know, and then you expect the same money. So it absolutely had to be a common language. God, Abi said the Quran was supposedly revealed to Muhammad. So I guess you're saying that in their mythology, but this is what I'm saying. It's it's it was revealed to Muhammad, but it was revealed in his lifetime. You know what I'm saying? You know, it even, you know, it validates that things happened before it. When it's telling you that this is here to validate the Torah in the Bible, is validating that this, you know, it's putting the birth record on it. Right. He got the message from Gabriel, but he got it in his lifetime. But I know about the dirty South. I don't know if I'm not really from the dirty part. You know what I'm saying? My family is from South Carolina. You know, when they talk that dirty South talk, that's generally you talking about Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas. That's where I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? You know, I was born in New York. You know, but just the people that I hear speaking like that. Yeah, Joe. Joe. You playing games. Like, what kind of game is this you playing? Like, where's your humanity or whatever? Where's your Christmas spirit, guy? Where's your, where's your Christmas spirit? Did you take all Job's stuff, man, right before Christmas? We didn't get a chance to. What gives here, man? Yeah, Randolph and Mortimer. That was the two dudes. It was a movie for the people who don't recall the movie. It was a movie with two super rich guys. They was 1%ers, 0.1%ers. And they was in their world, and they made a bet with each other that they could turn somebody who worked at their company, right, into a bum, right? And that they could take a bum off the street and turn him into a successful businessman. And so the two stars of the movie was Richard Pryor, you see, was Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. And Dan Aykroyd was the white guy that, they took everything from him, had him thrown in jail, he lost his girl, everything, and they brought Eddie Murphy from the streets where he was begging money and, put him in a nice house and everything and showed him the ins and outs of working on the stock market, so they destroyed the one guy's life, and then the other dude realized that really they destroyed my life too. You know what I'm saying? Like they put me in a position where, they could just press the button on me too. And they did all of this for a bet of $1. The two brothers, Randolph and Mortimer, who was the 1%ers, they did this for a bet of $1. And so to me, this is kind of similar to how, God makes deals with the devil. Because really, I mean, if again, like I said, if you invited a child molester into your home, right, to stay with your children, your children live here, and you invited this person in and said, look, you do what you do, and I'm going to teach them what I teach them, and we see if they still, like what? So just what I'm saying always is that when you look throughout the Bible, you see that he's holding people, right? He's holding the people who he's saying is weak. He's holding them to a higher standard than he's holding himself to. And he makes a lot of mistakes. Bill said, funny how trying to get employment is called a job. Is that the modern day deal with the devil, like God did with him pertaining to a job? I always knew that to be pronounced Job, but yeah. Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose so. You know what I mean? Where, you going through with this labor, in order to receive the rewards, just like this dude was saying that Job had all the rewards. So this is why he believed in God. The Bible said, and these scriptures and these books, Quran and the Bible, are usually linked to ancient knowledge that was given in original tongues. That is the language of the original peoples. So Naeed said, God has all the power. We have to submit to him. He doesn't submit to humans. I mean, well, why would we submit to him? Like, what is he going to do if we don't? Yeah. Peace. Right. Because you have to complete. See, and look, see what you, this what you, no. You got, yeah, it makes sense to me. Because see, yeah, but this is what I'm saying. When you gonna show or prove that? So here's the first thing. Why don't you complete the stuff you're supposed to be doing? Like, but before you did all this, the paperwork. Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, go ahead. All right, better do that. Yeah. See, whatever's going to rectify the situation is going to be action. It's not going to be talking. See, because the things that got it fucked up was actions, not talking. If you just talked about doing that, nothing would have been different. But you took action. So now you gotta undo all that action. See, the good thing is now you realizing some of the things that you did wrong, so you can go back and undo it. Yeah, you still don't realize you're talking about 5 incidents. Nah, it's like 25 incidents. Exactly. Yeah, we heard. Uh-huh. But look, I'm in the middle of a live right now. I appreciate it. So you got to put this math in the activation, man. See, you talk crazy to me. I just listen to you. And wait for you to snap out. Yeah, but God has all the power. I mean, nah, he don't got all the power. First of all, do the devil have power? You got power? I don't understand. Yeah, right. Jack King, that was like a little spin-off right there. Remember that if any other people, if they remember the movie Coming to America, if you remember at the part of the movie when it was two old white guys that was sleeping in a tent. And when Eddie Murphy walked past, he threw some money in the tent, and the dude said to the other dude, he said, "We're back in business, Mortimer." Those was the two one percenters that had made the bet about Eddie Murphy's life before. So if you was in tune with all his different movies, then yeah, that was like a spin-off throwback or something of that nature. But yeah. Gotta be. So that's a sociological, psychological experiment. The great debate of nature versus nurture. You just came in. This is 120. You got you had to go back and check this one out. We've been in today, man. Now, one good thing is when we get to the pearly gates, right? If we wrong and we get to the pearly gates, meaning that you wasn't here already, so you might not have to go to the room to see who you might not have to go to that room that says random Jews niggas. Like when you get there and people, what's the dude that's there that read you, the angel? Oh, you want a random Jews niggas? Yeah, right this way. Ah man, the mathematician. So Mr. 120 said, was Muhammad's teachings freedom, justice, and equality is the question. Hmm. Muhammad's teachings was that Jesus' teachings was freedom, justice, and equality, and that was really how we were supposed to be living things out. Like Muhammad's teachings was that if you look at the true teachings in this book right here, the Bible, right, and you strip away all the mythology that he's saying was put in, right? Like, the Quran is kind of, like they say about Jesus, but they got a little different story about the science of it. You know what I'm saying? So where they saying like, okay, you stripping away the trick knowledge from it, right? Then those teachers is really freedom, justice, and equality. You see what I mean? So a true Muslim is supposed to be practicing these teachings. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of being caught up in the world around them, you know what I'm saying? Like, you living in whatever empire you living in. You know what I'm saying? Like, say at that time, you living in the Roman Empire or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Not that he was living in the Roman Empire, but I'm saying the Roman Empire existed. You know what I mean? You got the Babylonians, all these different people. So, you might be going to Rome and doing as the Romans do, but this is what we really supposed to be dealing with is freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I mean? So all of the things about, dealing with charity, you know what I'm saying? When you get into the true teachings that's in there, that's what it's about. The Dirty South reference was in regards to a song from Goody Mob. Like, yeah, I never was in the Goody Mob. So it's like a particular song. I don't know. YouTube ain't set my list. I mean, yeah, you look. I've already come to the conclusion. YouTube. They're not gonna show me that much love. You know what I'm saying? I got a topic that's coming up. You know what I'm saying? I got somebody who, they was, dealing with the street life and the, different gangs and organizations that was around in the late 80s. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to come on and give a little history and perspective of what's the difference between the gangs in New York at that time and the gangs in New York right now, and maybe how it got to that point. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of topic that YouTube shows you love on. You understand what I mean? we're not going to be talking about, we're not going, we're going to, how they say, change the names and all that to protect the innocent, you know. But yeah, that type of topic, uh, we probably get all the alerts out, be on the front page on YouTube when we start talking like that. D. Christian said, "Look, that's what the What Did I Miss crew, the What Did I Miss crew, we got to change it to the I Miss Having Roll Call crew." Yeah, remember somebody that used to be at school, the teacher called their name like 3 times. D. Christian, D. Christian, D. Christian, 0. Oh man, John King said hell is going to be lit. Won't even need lighter for the fire. Yo, listen, look, and not just with us, son. Look, with the Christians, they the ones that's gonna have it lit, son. When we get down there, the party is gonna be popping, son. Listen, man, ain't nobody going to heaven right now. You ain't going to heaven. You ain't living nothing like in the Bible. You ain't living no word of God, man. So listen, if we wrong, it be one of them situations. Hey, look, we had to bring the fireman with us. There's gonna be so many people in hell. The fire department gonna have to shut it down. Yeah, University 7. Yeah, I just noticed that we got 7 gang up in here. University 7, D Christian, 793rd. We need God Saving the Power. Tell you, God Saving the Power probably in the background, but you know how you do. The God I said, so Elijah said he was bringing a new Islam, something that has never been heard before. He would not pay a penny for that old Islam. How do you draw up that view? Well, you gotta, you can see even right now, right, when we saying what's Muhammad's, I said about what's Muhammad's teachings, right? You got other dudes like Tariq and all these other dudes who was rulers, right, in different Arabic Muslim kingdoms. You know what I mean? So somebody who is all in the business still in here. I know all in the business know a lot about that history. If Mr. Spock was in here, Mr. Spock know about that kind of stuff. But if I'm not, see the Abbasids, you know what I'm saying? Remember, you gotta go by these empires. It's just like when we talk about we talk about the Moors, right? The Moors was first the Umayyads, and then the Almoravids. These are all different dynasties. And see, in order for them to rule over the people, they started introducing things into Islam the same way Constantine introduced things into Jesus' teachings. See what I mean? And a lot of these different things was to make them seem more powerful. But I think these people is after the caliphs. You know what I'm saying? Like after the caliphs, and then you start getting, you got the Seljuks, you got the Ottomans, you got all these different people that added on different things that we now know as Islam, but they introduced that for the benefit of their rulership and for their kingdom. You see what I mean? Because the people had to see a particular kingdom the way they explain the history now, the people, the dudes like the Pharaoh of Egypt was a god. You know what I'm saying? Xerxes and them, they was gods. You understand what I'm saying? So uh all rulers, you know what I'm saying, they try to do things to separate themselves. You understand what I mean? Even the monarch system, right, that arose in the Middle Ages, that arose after the Roman Empire, right? They ruled by something called the divine right of kings, meaning that God somehow separated them, right? They separated the royal people from the common people. And to this day, it's still the royals and the commoners. You see what I'm saying? So what he was talking about is all these different filters that Islam has come through from the time it was introduced to them, like the bar was saying, right? From the time it was introduced to them from African cultures, you see what I'm saying? And they formed it into a religion. It was actually supposed to be a reform movement. Like when you deal with the born degree in the 1 of 14, Muhammad, he invited everybody to be down with this movement that, look, we're going to do the right thing. We're not going to just have the book over there and say we people of the book. We're going to be people of the book and live it out. You see what I'm saying? So, in reality, right, Muslims, I don't want to say they true Christians, but Muslims do everything that Christians is supposed to do. If Christians really lived out Christianity like they were supposed to, right, they would be behaving like Muslims. This is 120 said, I'm still doing the knowledge on Muhammad of Arabia. The jury is still out for me. I mean, that's what you got to do, man. You got to, take that on face value, man, and research all these things. Right, yeah, the Fatimans, that's another group that I left out right there. But all of these different people, they added on things to legitimize their claim to the what do they call it? The what do they call it? There's something that they call the Muslim world. Even when that group ISIS came out, the terrorists, even they were saying that this is what we established. The caliphate. In order to legitimize your claim on the caliphate, you added things to the teachings and took things out. So see, even like when they say during different times, you know what I'm saying? Like they started out praying towards Syria, right? A city called Petra in Syria, right? Oh, the Ummah is the name? Yeah, I tell you, I don't yeah, I'm not well versed in that language, but I know there's a name that they call for like the Muslim world, like the Muslim world manifest. You know what I'm saying? But oh yeah, I was saying that at one time when the Muslims faced where they was facing when they prayed. They was facing towards a city called Petra, that's in Syria. You know what I'm saying? At one time, they was facing towards Jerusalem. You know what I'm saying? And of course, now they facing towards Mecca. That's what a lot of that got to deal with where the seat of power was at that time. She said voodoo was performed in Egypt before it was practiced in Islam. What is voodoo? Right. Caliphate is the political entity of the Islamic State. That's what I'm saying. And that's you used the right term. What I'm trying to say is that because of the politics got involved with Islam, right? And because look, if you notice, right, the Arabs is always politics involved with their Islam, right? But when you deal with the other people, the Africans, for instance, right? They don't deal with no politics. They just deal with piousness. Yeah, he's speaking of that. I don't tell more master about this Gatorade right here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Hey, look, you better hope we don't get to the pearly gates and born masterminds there. Yes, sir. If I got to the pearly gates and born masterminds, ah man, you know where I'm going. You bypass the purgatory. Erica Badu, speaking of Erica Badu, it smell good, man. Because I'm still waiting on some of the people. I'm still waiting on my sample. I'm still waiting on my sample of the P Funk. Yeah, man. Y'all made this a funny day, man. The boss said Petra means rock. Uh, and Mecca is the Kaaba. Um, Apparently, the Kaaba was not always in Mecca. I mean, I would have to do some more research. Uh, but Mecca doesn't have a history that can be shown and proven to stretch back into the times that they making claims to. God Abi said John Henry Clark said we will out Pope the Pope and out Muhammad Muhammad. Yeah. Yeah. You got that right. Mr. 20 said when you go, huh? He came back. Yo, hold on, y'all, 1 second. Let me handle some BI. In the meantime, hold on. Somebody who's out there that can take over a minute or two of instruction, see what's going on. Carmen Islami said when you go to Petra, they got queues and all that stuff surrounding the city. Mecca was originally over there. The Arabs changed their history for political reasons. So this is, I guess Carmen Islami knows a little more details on what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, that was one of the cities, right? When the ISIS terrorists was around, they was destroying a lot of stuff in Petra. That's one thing that they do to Arabs. They will destroy any history that shows and proves something other than what they believe. So this is, something that the Arabs that's there, right? If you notice, they never really try to connect themselves with ancient Egypt because that's not their history. See what I'm saying? A lot of people say that it was Napoleon that shot the nose off the Sphinx, but there's also some evidence that it wasn't Napoleon that was in Arab that came and shot the nose off the Sphinx. All right, Young Dub came in with the complete understanding right here. Uma, the company is J Dilla, Q-Tip, and Ali Shaheed, and Uma means community. So Uma is related to what I was saying, but they call it the caliphate. So Muhammad Ali, this was somebody that was in Egypt in what year? You said in the early Common Era. What year was that? Common Islami said, so they also, you say that the Islamic believers are destroying Buddhist carvings in Afghanistan as well? Someone 20 said, it's crazy how they had ancient universities open in Asia and then the Arabs destroyed all that. Yeah, I know they got that tendency. If something does not comport with the history they trying to teach, they destroy it. That's the reality that, it's coming to light right now. You know what I'm saying? But, that's part of reality. You want to put all these people of color and all that. But listen, man, the Europeans learned a lot from the Arabs, man. There's a whole bunch of things, man, that the Europeans may have never done if it wasn't for the Arabs. We ain't just talking about the Hindu number system. Everybody make sure they're doing it, each one teach one. Hit that like button for me, because I'm on here. I keep telling y'all, in order for me to pretend like I'm teaching a lot of people, I need a lot of people to log on. See, otherwise, it looks like I'm just playing on social media. And then plus, two more new subscribers, and we got L7 came in the building. Matter of fact, L7, I seen L7 last night. I always bug out whenever I see SW. I always see SW on the different channels. I seen L7. I was looking at Lord Jamar. I think I seen him on the one with Godfrey. L7, he was one of the first people in the room. I see L7, what's his name? SW. There's another brother too that I see over on Sinetta's channel. Right, so Mr. 20 said Afghanistan used to be Buddhist. They had huge carvings of Buddha in the mountains. The Taliban blew them up. Right, yeah. So I didn't know about that in particular, but yeah, I do know about that science, yeah. All right, so in the 18th century, yeah, yeah. So I think that's the guy then that I'm talking about, because that's about the time that they were saying that happened. That it was possibly an Arabic Muslim that was the one that shot the nose off the Sphinx. Hold on, let me make that run. Woo! See this here, this black. I think this is approved. I think this is approved by Born Mastermind. This has herbs and fruit. But do we have any more questions right now about the topic of today's live, culture versus religion? Is Naive Day still in here? It's my Christian friend, everyone. It's my Christian friend. I got some people like that. You know, I got some Muslim people I like, you know. I don't know if I have. Oh yeah, I got some Hebrew friends, some Hebrew Israelite So Hebrew Israelite people are like, I don't know if I have a Jewish. I know anybody Jewish person. He's Ron QB, but he's not really like a friend. He's like somebody. I see him on the street. We talk for a second. Oh, Naeed, you still in the building. So Naeed, what's the last? What are you still holding on to with this Christianity thing? What do you need? What's the questions that you need answered before you you come on over to the side of light? Because you better than most Christians. Naeed, because you've actually researched some of this stuff. Where I find that at least for me, I studied more Christianity since I left Christianity than I did when I was part of Christianity. Like my research of Christianity at that time is watching Moses. I don't know if those shows still come on, but it used to be Moses, Jesus of Nazareth, Ben-Hur, all these kind of, they used to call them epic movies back in the days. And I'm going to tell you another thing. That's kind of what made me, like, when I'm looking at these things in the movies, I'm thinking that this is depictions of real life things. So that's one of the reasons why I took it. But like, one of the last things that I was holding on to in Christianity, I think I heard somebody say that again too, is Christianity, for me, it kind of seemed like a family thing. Like this is what the family is doing. And so then if I decide to go another route, I kind of went against the family. You understand what I'm saying? That's one of my favorite lines. I haven't had a chance to use it on one of y'all yet. I don't know if I should save it. Yeah, I'm going to save that one. Now he said, I have no other questions. I wish I could appreciate Islam and Judaism more. I have to stand with the teachings of Christ. So, okay, what are the teachings of Christ? The Israelites, you mean the Hebrew Israelites? Or, because I ain't gonna listen, I get confused. Don't tell God Cypher Divine I didn't know he was talking about. See, I think Israelites really means the people that's in Jerusalem. I think that's a little more of a geographical and political designation. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the country of Israel. But which you're talking about, who are who do the Ashkenazis and the Sephardic Jews consider they was chosen by? Now I didn't forget about you. What are the teachings of Christ? So salvation, God's kingdom, love and justice. Jesus said, I am the way and the light. I believe that. Okay. Now, when is this salvation? Is this a different type of salvation than because normally when people say this is salvation, I have to die in order to achieve this salvation. So my thing is, if I'm going through trials and tribulations in my lifetime, right, that I feel that I need salvation from, you know, if I gotta die first, I'm gonna have salvation from that thing, whether I believe in Jesus or not. Meaning, you had slaves, right? Let's use that example. You had slaves, right, in America who never believed in Christianity, but they chose to escape slavery through suicide or through, you know, somebody was telling a story on here not too long ago about a black woman who was caught and she killed her kids because slavery was such a bad thing that she felt like, look, death will be salvation for them. And she never believed in Christianity. You know, so you saying that this salvation is the salvation that I have to die in order to get? Because I mean, I'm not sure. Like, is that a good thing? God's kingdom. So this is a place, right? That the only, so we have to believe in the writers of the Bible, because no one has ever been to God's kingdom and come back and told us how it is. So therefore, we just have to believe in the divinity of the writers of the Bible. Now, love and justice I can get with. I am the way and the light. I can get with that. You see what I mean? Because, the way we can see, what we call the way, right, is the wisdom. And the wisdom, that's words, that's speaking, right? It's also actions, but I'm saying in particular in relation to what you're saying, yeah, Jesus spoke things, right? He was the way that people achieved the light. See? Just like when you watch the cartoon and a person get an idea, it's a light bulb above their head. See, light, this is knowledge. This is what we call knowledge, and what we deal with, So that part I can get with. Yeah, he had teachings that led people to the light. Just like I'm drawing up what he said, right? And yeah, that's leading to knowledge. Love and justice is not his teachings. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he didn't teach that. I'm saying he's not the inventor of these teachings. You can see, love and justice have to exist just for people to exist. Your mother gotta love you. There's certain, it's called oxytocin. It's a chemical in the brain that as soon as a woman gives birth, a whole bunch of it gets released in her body. In the way she treats the child, right? It has to be with a certain amount of justice. The guy, you know what I mean? Because if she's unjust, the child is not even going to survive. So just for us to survive as people, long before Jesus ever came. However, I do know that he taught that as well. Chuck the Great. Right now, and every time I see your name, I think of that. But right now, I'm a little bit upset with some of the things that Charles Barkley is saying. I'm a little bit upset with some of the things Charles Barkley is saying. So when you put Chuck the Great, that makes me nah, man. But peace to the guy, man. I know that's an internet name. Jamal Gray said the show is called David and Goliath, a claymation show produced by the Mormon Church. Oh, where's it on? Is it on YouTube? But listen, man. Those Mormons, they out there. Like what I'm saying, the dude Joe Smith, they've been out there. The dude had to be killed, right? Joseph Smith, he had to be killed someplace. The dude that you see all the names, Brigham Young, he's the dude that took over after Joseph Smith got himself killed. So I mean, I'm sorry, I would watch it and see it, for what it is or whatever. But protect your mind when you listening to the Mormon speak. Now he said Jesus has already saved us, but according to the word of God, those believing in him will have life in his paradise. We may not all have to die to get to God's kingdom. Okay, halftime piece. Okay, naive. If he's already saved us, right? Then what we worrying about sinning for? If he's already saved us, what are we worried about sinning for? Who did he save us from? He saved us from our own sins. That's what I'm saying. Like if that's what he saved us for, then what am I worried about sinning for? Like if I just had to believe in him, because see, listen, like I told the people, I don't know if an individual existed at that time in that place. Like there's no records of the executions. And that's what's funny, is that the Romans kept meticulous records. That's why they know so much about them, right? But there's no records of anyone being executed by that name on that day, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm just saying that, look, this has been my question, and this is another question about God and about, so you said love and justice. You said love and justice. Is God really just if we're paying for original sin? If we're paying for the sins of people that existed 6,000 years ago because Eve ate the apple, what are we paying for that for? And then hold on. So you already kicked them out of the Garden of Eden because of that. So they already paid for that. They already paid for that. Now, like you said, I know my Bible. Hey, listen. Came from an upstanding Christian family. At one time, I was a good Christian boy, right? So I also know about the story of Noah in the flood and how he killed everybody because there was so much sin in the world. So what we still paying for, my man? You killed everybody because there was so much sin in the world, but hold up, you made a mistake. God made a mistake because you left. What was the son's name? What was the son's name that looked at him naked made fun of him while he was naked and then started the negativity all over again? Why did you leave him? If you took everybody out, you saved all the animals, but you left this guy. Knowing what the situation already was, you left this guy. How did you not see that he should have got it too? So then after all of that happens, then Jesus, that's it. Thank you. Philip Deschazor. What's going on, Phil? I'll see you in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Jam, D Christian. You know what I'm saying? Everybody who put that in there. Ham. And then hold on, Naeem. Here's another thing. Why we gotta be related to him? Why we gotta be related to him? I don't understand that. Like if he already died for our sins, doesn't that mean that we can sin already? Like, look, if I already paid for your meal, don't that mean you can eat free? If I already paid for your meal, that means you can eat free. If I already took a bullet so you could live, you can walk free. Why you still, why I don't get that part. Break that down for me, Naive. You say he serves from eternal damnation, but I still got the same question. Oh, Jack King. Oh yeah, I did hear this before, Jack King. Yeah, that's Steve Young's great grandfather or something. Steve Young is related to Brigham Young. He went to BYU. Jack King said by doing analysis in that cipher, it then made sense of the wild stuff Steve Young would say from time to time. Yeah, Steve Young do be talking crazy. But you know one thing I used to like about Steve Young? I haven't seen Steve Young on during the games in a minute. But I remember when they first started getting real, they first started calling roughing the passer a whole, you just tap somebody and they get roughing up the passer. And I remember there used to be Steve Young and Troy Aikman. They'd be like this. He'd be like, yo, the dude right there, yeah, they got a penalty for roughing the passer. Steve Young would be like, roughing the passer? I ain't seen no roughing the passer. Troy Aikman, you seen roughing the passer? No, I ain't seen that right. Like, dude, we should get our clocks cleaned out there. We be roughing the passer. See, Steve Young ain't never seen a roughing the passer that he agree with. Like, oh, y'all calling that now? Like, listen, that's how we gonna play. I still be in the league right now. That's how I used to laugh about watching Steve Young or what's his name. He ain't never seen a roughing the passer. Get out of here. That's what happened. That's how Steve Young got kicked out of BYU. Learn something new every day. I don't know what Mr. 120 is talking about, but he just got serious. The penalty was death. It was enforced at every victim. Shit just got real up in here. We niggas started saying death be the penalty. That's when it's gotten real. Niners Nation here, don't attribute that to us. It was Troy. We talking about never see roughing the passer. That was both of them. They should be on the live feed. They said, yeah, they call that roughing the passer, Troy. What you think? Nah, I ain't seen no roughing the passer. Because mind you, these are two dudes, for people that don't watch football, Troy Aikman and Steve Young is two people who both had to leave the league because of injuries. I mean, I don't know if you know, but now they got, the stuff you hear about the head trauma and the concussions that's in football. These are two dudes that both had to leave the game because of concussions before this stuff even came out. That's how hard they was getting hit. So these two dudes, when they look at today's game, they like, dude, if I played like this, I had 80,000 yards. I had 80,000 yards. 80,000 yard passing, man. Listen. But if you ever watch them two doing the commentary, those two ain't never seen a roughing the passer they agree with. That was crazy. SW said Niners Nation here. Don't attribute that to us. It was Troy. Nah, Steve got knocked out too. SW said Steve got banged up for thinking he was the white Randall Cunningham. Hold on, one thing. Can we say this? Man? That Randall might have been the greatest of all time. And he played on some horrible teams. But I'm saying, if Randall had a real shot, like look, Doug Williams. See, Doug Williams didn't have that Randall had. Doug is up there too, man. Doug is up there too. When he got his chance, you see what he showed and proved. But let me tell you something, man. Randall Cunningham, for people, I don't know if you watch sports, but listen, Randall Cunningham was one of them dudes you had to see. But if you saw the play, listen, Michael Vick, I don't care who you got, Deshaun Watson, I take Randall. Listen, Randall, if he was given the chances that these quarterbacks is getting, Randall might have been the greatest, Tom Brady included. Now he said, I have asked all the things you're asking. God will answer all things related to things we cannot conceptualize in this time. Trust in the Lord and know that God, Allah, God, Yahweh has all the power, all the power. No. Here's the thing. Let me say, okay, so how do we explain that God only works through people? Like, see, what I'm saying is this. Salvation came to us by way of Martin Luther King, Farrakhan, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Mary Bethune, Sojourner Truth. This is how salvation came to us. Not one time, and I'm not picking on Christianity here, not one time has God, Yahweh, the religious Allah, not one time have they ever saved their people outside of these religious books. Really, even inside these religious books. Not one time. Meaning, when the Europeans showed up in Africa, the African guys didn't save them. What was the ancestors then? When George Bush rolled up on Afghanistan and Iraq, the Muslim guys didn't save them. When it was the Holocaust, or whatever happened, the Jews guys didn't save them. Who saved all those people was people. People that was raised from within the group that needed salvation, who existed in the time, in the place where whatever oppression that needed to be destroyed, there was people who existed there. There's never been no outside force that saved no people. Now, I'm sure in the religious mind state, you come to, you want to say that, oh, well, it was God that inspired them, or it was God that gave them the strength. But listen, I'm telling you about who we see doing it. Was always people. So how do you explain that? Now, you got a little bit of this name, I don't even know how to pronounce, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Where you from, Naeem? Oh yeah, Jack King. There's a whole bunch of black football players that went down for that. Listen, that's a whole bunch of black players. Look, black football players, basketball players. Hey, look, who you talking about? If you said, hold up, Jack King said, I remember seeing a special of a black football player getting kicked out for having sex with a white girl. Who you talking about? OJ? Yeah, L7, I brought that up. That when you deal with Christianity and the rules that the Christian God places upon us, right? You know what I'm saying? He's holding us to a higher standard that he has to uphold. Jealousy is one of the seven deadly sins. If you look at all of them, and then you a snake, son. You a snake, son. Like you know, the devil don't like us. You know, according to the Bible, he was upset because you put us above him, and he was tight because we was made out of dirt and he was made out of fire. I told you, Naeed, I know how this thing go, man. I told you, Naeed, you listen, man, you don't mess with my Christian credentials. You the one that did this, but you blaming us. So remember what I said yesterday, man, about showing and proving versus justifying? See, the first thing, you have to take accountability that you're the one who made that devil and gave him the power to rule. See, when it's everybody else and everything else, see, now you're trying to justify. You're trying to justify either what you did or what you didn't do that you were supposed to do in order to be successful. Now, hold on. Full stop. I know we was getting into some science for a minute, but SW just brought something up. Now look, I know how y'all younger brothers out there, y'all Randy Moss dudes, y'all what's the other guy's name? Number 80, y'all Jerry Rice dudes. SW just mentioned my favorite receiver of all time. I don't care what you say. My favorite receiver of all time is Art Monk. Art Monk was doing it when the dude could just tackle you. Like when the ball was coming, you going for the ball like this, dude could just tackle you. Wasn't no pass interference. Art Monk was rocking then. That's my favorite receiver of all time. Is Art Monk. People don't even remember that, man. You know, of course, all these dudes over time, and then you gotta remember too, another thing, Art Monk was doing it when he left with the records that he left, it was still a running game. The best players in the game were still your Walter Paytons, your Tony Dorsett's, you know, Earl Campbell's, you know, Eric Dickerson. Those was the dudes. Art Monk made it a passing game even then, man. That was the dude, man. D. Christian, I know this is not an eagle you put there. I know you're not an Eagles fan. I know you don't like the Eagles. I don't know how they lucked up and won a Super Bowl for the first time in 80 years. But you see what happened right after that. Listen, they had a good run. Yeah, Randall used to air it out, man. Look, I seen Randall throw dimes, man, 80, 90 yards. Yeah, Rodney P, his wife was nice, but he wasn't no Randall. Wait, hold on. Naeed, you just said you agree. Hold up, full stop. Let's come back to Naeed. See, because y'all know I usually go 3 hours. But see, because we got Naeed in here today, we're gonna try to teach Naeed. Look, so I can have the excuse. And look, once we finish with Naeed, ain't nobody gonna be able to ask me why I come on here no more. But Naeed said, I agree. But before all those people, Jesus was first. No, Jesus came after Noah. Jesus came after what happened in the Garden of Eden. I'm saying that if we dealing with justice, right? And then look, here's a question that was asked earlier in the room by Jack King. How can we forgive the people that killed Jesus? Right? We don't visit no hell on them, but you visit hell on me up in the South Bronx for no reason. How that work? You visit hell upon babies that's just born into slavery, born into it. How do you visit hell upon them right here on the earth, but you don't visit hell? You don't visit heaven on people. We gotta, semantics and opinion. No. This hardcore. I'm telling you, look, man. If you look, how old are you, Naeem? So you can ask any people in this room, they tell you what they know the Bronx for is for being on fire. The hospital I was born in burned down in the hellfires. That's how much hellfires. Listen, we was moving every year to get away from the hellfires that was going on in the Bronx at that time. So I'm not telling you no opinion. I'm asking, why did that happen? Because see, look, there's a saying in Christianity that God will not put more on you than you can handle. Okay, you messed up because you put more on me than I can handle. Because see, after what you put me through, I could never believe you. How you explain that? Okay, we got God saving the mind. Look, we got the whole 7 gang up in here today. We got the whole 7 gang. So God saving the mind. Hold on, let me see. God saving the mind. Did I get everything right today about the Jews and the Hebrews and the Israelites? Because God saving the mind said he been in the background doing knowledge, right? So he couldn't come in. Hold up. No, you did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I said. See, no. You only explained to me like one time. Yeah, I know. Look, I look. I drink stuff like this. So, like one mastermind's telling you, I'm slow. So you only told me one time. But what I recall you saying about the Israelites is that that's more of a political, geographical designation, but that the Hebrew and the Jews, the Hebrew and the Jewish designations is much older. Okay, so naive, you say France from Senegal. You know that's because I've determined naive. I see why you're talking to me, naive, because I've determined that that's where my people is from, Great Ghana. Like when I look at African people, right, the people from Senegal, they look the most like me and people in my family. Like not saying I got a twin that's Senegalese, but I'm saying when I look at all the different African people, I don't look Nigerian. I don't look Congolese. It's the people from around that area that so I see why you could be my cousin. You might be my long lost cousin. I gotta bring you over here. I gotta bring you over to the side of the lights. So listen now, we got our biblical scholar in here now, Naeem. So, God Saving Divine asked a question, right, to Naeem. Who is salvation for? Like, who are the people that salvation is for? Okay, so Naeem, you currently live in Atlanta. Oh, you living in Wakanda. No wonder you living in Wakanda. So no wonder you probably don't. It's different levels of trials and tribulations. Yeah, you can't be Eagles, man. That's no one likes the Eagles. No. Jerry Rice did not. No. Pass interference. You gotta remember in the 70s, you remember Darryl Stingley that got paralyzed by Jack Tatum? Like in the 70s, man, it was much rougher out there, man, with dudes like Donnie Shell, what's his name? Kenny Easley, number 45, that played for the Seahawks back then. The whole San Francisco 49ers backfield, but that was more the 80s, but they was Ronnie Lott and Hicks and them dudes. Listen, the same way you see running backs get hurt these days, that's how wide receivers used to get hurt back in the days. You know, Jerry did his thing. I don't want, like I said, if you want to go with the numbers, yeah, Jerry got better numbers. I'm just telling you, Art Monk is my favorite receiver. Just like, look, in basketball, Dr. J is my favorite basketball. I know you got your Jordan, LeBron, Kobe. Dr. J is my favorite player. John Stallworth. I like John Stallworth, but at that time, being a kid, Lynn Swann was doing the more Instagram worthy catches. Like, Lynn Swann was like a human highlight reel. So out of the two of them, I like Lynn Swann better. But yeah, I remember John Stallworth. See, this is what I'm saying. Power One. He was in DC and was very consistent. He wasn't on Jerry Rice level, but this is what I'm saying. There was no roughing the passer when Art was. That's what I'm saying. The different rule changes that they've made have turned it into a passing game, and that started in the Jerry Rice era. That's when it started. The stars of the game became the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. Before that, dudes, quarterbacks was it. If you look at a lot of them classic quarterbacks that they talking about from back in the days, they got like 15,000 passing yards. Like Bart Starr and them, they got like maybe 20,000, if that. The first dude that really did his thing like that was Joe Namath. And he wasn't, he won the Super Bowl, but he wasn't a winner like that. Then you had Fran Tarkenton. And then after them, you started getting into the Joe Montana, Dan Marino era of the real quarterback. Before that, the stars of the league was the running backs. Jerry Rice was the first of the when the passing game. Look, girls like the long ball. Like I said, look, I'm not saying nobody's ridiculous for saying that Jerry Rice is the best. I'm just saying that. Look, that's I saw all of it. See, sometimes you got to see it. You got to be there. See, like in these days and times, people that wasn't there, right? And you just see a fight between two people. And you know the one person because he was the champion, but you don't know how good this other dude was that he beat. So, you got a lot of days. People right now, they tell me Floyd Mayweather is greater than Muhammad Ali. I didn't see that. This is interesting. Jack King said the Senior Bowl is played in Mobile, Alabama. we always were able to meet the players. Peerless Price didn't want to sign autographs, but Donovan McNabb told everybody to sign our stuff. I mean, yeah, that would be, yeah, because you see, and look, Jack King said that's my favorite guy. See, Jack King said that's my favorite quarterback of all time, but he know that's biased here because he was I don't want to say he was a bum, but he had physical talent, but he wasn't a great quarterback to me. So now you got a good amount of age on you. I can't recall exactly what was it. I think I wanted to ask you your age just to see what world you was a part of. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, when you come out of different age groups, you had different experiences. So God's like the divine predicts now you that you're going to quote John 8th chapter 48 to the 59th verse where Jesus says, before Abraham was, I am. That's how they can so-called justify Jesus was the beginning. So now he said, because I'm alive and breathing, I could handle the things that God put upon me, right? But here's the thing. In my estimation, right? This is your understanding of it. My understanding of it is the reason why I'm alive and breathing is because the 5% found me in time. They found me in time and saved me from the type of mindset that I was in, right? That would have led to death, hell, and destruction in my life. Those are the people that took me out of that. So that's, when you say I can handle it, I mean, I know I can handle it now. See, I can handle it because of the substance that I'm made of. I can handle it because of the true life that's in me. But I'm not handling it based upon he only gave me that much. Things, in terms of everything that he had a chance to save me from, he didn't save me from none of that. The 5% and my own will to master myself through the sciences would say, and that's what gave me the knowledge and wisdom and understanding of how much strength I had in me. That I could withstand whatever was coming at me in my atmosphere and not just withstand it, learn to master it. But ain't none of that come from the Christian teachers that I was learning. So God side of the mind said Jews don't refer to themselves as Israelites. They call themselves Israelis based on their geographical location, not their lineage. Yeah, but now here's a question though, God side of the divine, where I was a little bit, which was the reason why I originally asked you that, right? Is what about Jacob changing his name to Israel? Because this is where I thought Israelite came from. You know what I'm saying? What's the significance of that in this designation I'm saying? Uh, Mr. Spot, yeah, this is not. Uh, this is not. This doesn't. You know, Born Mastermind has a particular diet that we're supposed to be dealing with, so that we can make it into the hereafter. You know, let me break it down for you. Time out, everybody. Hold up. I keep saying I had to say time out. Time out. Look, let me break this down for you. And look, I'm just telling you what born. It's not my teachings. Let me do a disclaimer. These views absolutely do not reflect the views of the Random Jews channel. I don't make this stuff up. I just report it. But here's the deal. Our solar system is rotating around the Sirius star system. And for the past, whatever 1,000 years, we've been moving. You know, when you going around, it's like I guess it's not a, you know, in certain times we're closer to the Sirius star system, and certain times we're further away from it, right? So we've been going this way for the past years, right? And now we're starting to come back this way. And so this is why you see the black woman starting to gain power, right? But as we get closer and closer to the Sirius star system, we have to be eating the proper carbon-based food in order to be able to withstand the extra radiation. And in order to do that, you must start eating Born Mastermind's diet. And this, I don't think is on the list of approved. I don't think this is on the list of approved nutrition. You see? See, y'all didn't listen when he was talking. Y'all didn't listen. So, God Save Me Divine, Naive said, Jesus' salvation is for the world, Craig. The world. Read John 3:16. The world, Craig. Salvation is for the world. Oh, no, I'm not that much older than you. We say that. You know, we was in elementary, high school, all that together. You know, I was a little bit up there, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you don't recall that Art Monk was that dude, man. I mean, you know. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too that happened with Jerry Rice, and I don't want to take that away from him, but Jerry didn't exist in this time of shutdown corners. Jerry played during a time where a cornerback was just, when most of the cornerbacks in the league at that time was just wide receivers that didn't make it as wide receivers. Dudes that play other position, they was two, you know, quarterbacks that didn't make it as quarterbacks or whatever, they would become cornerbacks. At that time, the only shutdown corner I recall was Darryl Green. Like during his years where he was really doing that thing. You know, Dion and them, Dion came later, but even, you know, when Dion came, it was just Dion and Darryl. It wasn't like now where the dudes that you facing every week, it's not like that. You know, there wasn't really like a number one cornerback that you put on Jerry Rice every, you know, Jerry, yeah, definitely had a better quarterback. Uh-oh, we got some good questions here. We got to skip all the sports stuff. Oh, you right. Dan Fouts. How could I forget Dan Fouts? You right. No, Dan Fouts, I wouldn't, don't say actually. Dan Fouts, you got to add him to the list. Dan Fouts is between Fran Tarkenton and Dan Marino with Dan Fouts. You're right. Those was the first dudes that was getting 40,000 yards, 40,000 passing yards in their career. Yo, we throwing for 400 yards almost every game. And Dan Fouts' receiving core was ridiculous, though. See, people sleep on Dan Marino, sleeping on Mark Duper and Mark Clayton. It's two other dudes that need to be on that list. Let me tell you something. If Mark Duper and Mark Clayton wasn't on the same team, one of them probably would have more records than Jerry Rice. But they were splitting it. Whereas Jerry Rice, for most of the time he was there, was really the guy. But hold on. I don't know how I got caught up in that. Because this is the good. We get to the good part. We get to the good part here. We get to the good part. Naeed said, who is the guy in the 5%? Howard Bourne said, do the 5% find us or do we find them? That's a good question. That's a good question. I think the question that you asked is one of those situations where a dog is chasing his tail, and then eventually he realized that's his own tail. Now, see, dogs, they not intelligent enough to ever realize that. But us as guys, that's kind of what happens. For me, I could say that's what happened. Like, it was, I went from junior high school, right, to start in high school. So I wasn't searching. I wasn't seeking. You know what I'm saying? And it was in my junior high school, you were supposed to graduate in the 9th grade. But I took a test, right? And I got out in the 8th grade. And it was two other kids that had took the same test. And so I had known them from junior high school, but we never really maintained like that. You know what I'm saying? And but now that we go into the same high school that we took the test to get into, right? I started maintaining with these two brothers. And then, one brother, he lived a little bit closer to me, and we was a little bit more, hanging out. We was a little bit more with the shits, you know what I'm saying? So now that I started maintaining with him, we started maintaining with this other brother that he knew. And that brother already had the knowledge when I met him. You know what I'm saying? So the chips just started falling. So then this brother that I first was maintaining with that introduced me to him, he got the knowledge. And then they started bringing me so now because, this becomes kind of the power in the cipher. So I'm talking about way back. Probably was 14. So at that time, the way it worked, and for most people, right, is that if you was outside, right, and say it was 10 o'clock, you could stay out. But if you came in the house, right, and it passed 9 o'clock, then your family be like, nah, man, it's too late. Where you going? It was popping at this time. But if you was already out, they wouldn't really complain about you being out. So at that time, even though we wanted to hang out later tonight, we gonna go to the parties and everything, I had to leave my house, by 6, 7 o'clock. So we started wanting to kill the time, right? Between, 6 o'clock and 9, 10 o'clock when the party started. And to kill that time, they started taking me around the guys. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how I started, hearing the thing. That's how I, and so that's how I came in tune with it, but then, that's just the initiation of it, you know what I'm saying? But it's also that when I came in, I brought the same sincerity that I was speaking earlier about that I have in Christianity. I brought that same sincerity in to the knowledge. So things that I was doing, you know what I'm saying? Like people always noticed that, whenever they saw me, I had another, like whenever I came amongst the guys, I had somebody with me that I was like, listen, I don't know, I introduced them to what I could introduce them to, but now we got to go amongst the guys to, we both want to learn. But I introduce you to something that, okay, now there's more to learn, so I'm gonna take you to these people. So as I kept coming around with people, right? Then the older brothers, they found me in that way. You know what I'm saying? Where it was like, all right, this is a young brother right here that we see that he's ready to put in work. So whatever knowledge that I went through trials and tribulations to gain, I'm gonna hit this brother off with it because I know he's not gonna be at 10%. We could already see that in him. You understand what I mean? So for me, the street went both ways. You know what I'm saying? If I wasn't that person, I might not have came among certain people that taught me certain lessons that I went on to use to be successful in life. You know what I'm saying? That's a good question. You know what I'm saying? In reality, one thing we got to look at Power Born is that, there really was never no difference between us and them. So, everybody would kind of have to look at their story. Like for instance, I know some people was out there, they was seeking. Like you was Muslim, you was Ansar, you went through all these different things, and then you found us. It wasn't like that for me. I was a kid just living my life. I say the 5% found me because, they definitely was the ones with the knowledge and the power. And I was the one with everything to gain. But at the same time, I wasn't an inactive participant in what happened. I was an active participant in getting to where I'm at right now. You know what I'm saying? But Naive Day just asked a question for us. Now listen, I'm about to drop it on you. I'm about to drop a bomb on you right now, Naive. Naive Day said, who is the God in the 5%? Can anyone guess what I'm about to tell Naive? Naive, I want you to look me right here. You are the God in the 5%. Listen, can somebody play the applause for me like Lord Jamar? I need the applause like Lord Jamar. I gotta hook my stuff up. That's why I put the Patreon and all that. And I appreciate everybody that support the stream. But yeah, I'm full stop, Naeem. You are the God in the 5%. Now let me see what you got to say to that. How it going, sir? How would I send you the Zoom info to drop into my class? You hit me in the IG? Yeah, hit my IG again. Send me the link. Send me the link in the IG. I come in class. What day is it? I think I recall. You from Chicago? I think I recall the brother telling me about that. I recall. I recall that. Yeah. See, I see SW Alchem Salam. Y'all ain't know that was. Y'all ain't know that was a sign. Y'all ain't know why I keep telling y'all I don't tell Born Mastermind. I try and make it into the hereafter, man. Yeah. I'm trying to make it into the hereafter. So I gotta eat the Born Mastermind diet. But see, I'm gonna be like Constantine. I'm gonna be like Constantine. I ain't gonna eat it right now. When I get on my deathbed, then I'm only gonna eat Born Mastermind diet on the last day. Strictly carbon based. Mrs. Fox says so electrolytes would not be good. Sandwich bucket, hey man. Darryl Green was the first shutdown corner. Well, you taking my sports and saying Darryl Green was the first shutdown corner. You're gonna have to tell me. I mean, don't get me wrong. You had dudes that was nice back in the days when it was still pass interference. Like you know who was dumb nice back in the days? Black Caesar. The dude who played Black Caesar in the movies, he was a shutdown defensive back. But that was in the days of pass interference when you could tackle people all kinds of ways. There was no headshots. We talking about the days when the dudes used to break their arm and leave the cast on too long just so they could hit people with it. There was other dudes. Even look, the James Brown that's on that he do the commentary now. He was a shutdown type of dude in the backfield back in the days. But we talking about back when the rules was totally different. But yeah, Darryl Green was shutdown corner. He's the first shutdown corner. Anybody, yeah. Mark Super Duper and Mark Clayton. If one of them played on a team, if one of them was with Dan Marino, then they had to split the what's the name. Just like for instance, when I look at a lot of quarterbacks right now, they got better stats than Troy Aikman. Yeah, that's because Troy had Emmett. So we not gonna be throwing it in the fourth quarter, son. We you know what I mean? We got Emmett. It ain't like other teams. See, Roger Craig is not gonna get you 100 yards a game. You got to throw it. And I love Roger. He's one of my dudes. But just strictly running Roger Craig, you get 100 yards. All purpose yards, you can get about 120. But yeah, man, I don't know what's going on with you, Power Boy. You can't question my sports commentary credentials. Oh, Inf Mega got your jump on? All right, we come. I got to hit Inf Mega. I was just saying, me and Inf Mega got to do some comment. We got to do some content. All right, listen. I think God's side of your mind. You need to come on. You need to come on, man, because you're going in too much, man. Why son-in-law? The S-U-N, not the S-O-N. Ah, man. See, you should have came on the what's his name, man, before your break was over. Fred Williamson, the Hammer. James Brown went to Harvard? I didn't know that. Naive, where you at, man? See, I think, I don't know, Naive. I think I did too much blasphemy for Naive right there. I did too much blasphemy for Naive when I told him who's God in 5%. See, and look, that even goes back into the question when people say, do you find them or they find you? That's what I'm saying, man. That's the thing. When I was getting out, I was like, yo, when you met the gods, these dudes was the flyest dudes out, man. They had everything in the smash. And it's like you looking at them a certain way and they telling you, nah, son, you the person. See, this is the thing you got to come to understand about the 5% naive. It's not that we discounting these stories that you're telling me from the Bible. But what we saying is that we deal with the signs of supreme mathematics, which is able to give those stories meaning so that we can apply them, right? We can apply them in this day and time that we're living in and come up with actual solutions that will lead to our salvation right here, right now. So we don't have to wait until we die to achieve this salvation. We can achieve this salvation, we can achieve life during life, not life after death. Don't even make sense. Be back in a jiffy, yeah. And you know, when I just left, I just had a thought, man. Dealing with this channel is the first time, like just now, and even though we dealt with that a minute ago, we just came. This is the first time I ever wish I had listened to Firstborn Prince in regards to learning Arabic. And he always tried to teach me Arabic. From day one, he always tried to teach me Arabic. I never, like, I just wouldn't even respond. He used to write it on the board and everything. Try to show me how to write it, show me all the different. And it's not until now where I see, like, see, y'all speak all these languages. I didn't know I was, because that's what I used to always tell them. I said, God, the people I'm teaching don't speak Arabic. I don't understand why I'm going back. Say, don't send me back. Like that was my, all those who was not healthy, strong, and good breeders was sent back. Don't send me back to learn Arabic. Doing mathematics. Y'all the first people that made me, I should have listened. Yeah, see, God saved me divine. Yeah, that's what I told them. The biblical expert is here. You look. I'm gonna play Mean Gene. I'm gonna be Mean Gene. I'm gonna set it up. You and Naeed, man, head to head. Bible verse for Bible verse. You know what I'm saying? That's what I got to do. That's what I was just saying. I got to call up Informatica. We're going to do some content and put it on the Patreon specifically for my subscribers over there. Wait, what? You said there are two covenants, one from bondage and one who was free? Wait a minute, hold on. I thought Abraham received the covenant. And that's what the whole argument about is now, is who inherited the covenant. Jesus and his followers, Isaac and his followers, or Ishmael and his followers? What say you? Or is there some other covenant? My understanding of the covenant was to Abraham, you worship me and only me, and you will inherit this promised land. The Christian is stupid. D. Christian, you nuts, man.
This is for the door, but this one, until you make your copy, you can lock it from inside and then open it. Only open it, don't like you just lock it manually.
All right.
Until you make a copy. I got the original.
Yeah, put it on there.
Oh, okay.
So now he said God blessed them all. But look, if you say that, God blessed all of us. And the reality is, now look, I'm just saying let's look at it from your standpoint of view, and I'm going to add my point of view onto that. See, God blessed all of us. And the only reason some people ain't receive their blessings is because some people didn't do their duty, which was to spread those blessings. Even if we look at it from your Christian point of view, that's what happened. Everybody didn't spread those blessings. Everybody didn't appreciate those blessings. Some people became jealous over those blessings. And we deal with the signs of Cain and Abel. That's what all these stories that you see in the Bible is about. It's about who appreciated their blessings. See, me being on here right now is because I appreciated my blessings, right? I appreciate, just like the story I just told about, look how I came into this degree of knowledge and understanding, right? Now listen, I understand what my blessing was about. It was about being able to relate these blessings or I don't want to say transfer or bestow, but being able to let everybody else know that these was their blessings as well. They was my blessings, but they wasn't my blessings to keep for myself. They was my blessings to teach the world, to share with the world. So why, if he blessed them all, how did they end up at war? One Love said, if I recall Galatians right, the covenant speaks of one with Sarah and one with Hagar. Sarah was the free and Hagar was the bondage. Hold on, we gotta refer to God's side of divine. Now I'm just gonna say before we refer to God's side of divine, my understanding of it was that the covenant was Abraham's, and of course Sarah was his wife. But then when Sarah realized how great Abraham was in the covenant that he was to receive, right? That, her first idea was that, listen, I can't block his covenant. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't know of God to have spoken with Sarah. God is supposed to have said something to Hagar when she was out in the desert. But again, we're going to refer to God's side of the line. I think we're going to change the name now. We call you the biblical expert. We got lyrical experts, we got the biblical expert. God's side of the line, the biblical expert says Abraham had the covenant from the seed of promise, right? Remember, he had a kid with Hagar, an Egyptian woman, and her seed was Ishmael, the seed of flesh. Sarah was the birth, the seed from promise. God said, take thine only son, Isaac. So God didn't even recognize Ishmael. Ishmael as son, didn't even recognize Ishmael as son of Abraham, only Isaac. So God spoke to Sarah. What he told her? The angel, all right, now look, God's side of the mind, the biblical expert, says the angel spoke to Sarah and told her she would bear a child even though she was barren. She was too old. Let me ask you another question, the biblical expert. Was Abraham pimping over in Egypt? Oh, Don Bishop, that's it. Hold up, I think 793 got it. You're not the biblical expert. You're Don Bishop. We gotta say Don Bishop. So look, naive, wise son, and who else is saying that God spoke to Sarah? Don Bishop is saying the angel spoke to Sarah. You're saying, so Naeed is saying Abraham wasn't pimping. What say you, Don Bishop? Was Abraham pimping when he was in Egypt? See, y'all gonna make me read the Bible. Right, it was the angel. That's what I'm saying. Because that was just something that I had in my Rolodex. Is that Sarah was the only, Hagar was the only woman that God spoke directly to. He spoke to other women, Mary and all of them, through angels. So Don Bishop said, yeah, he was pimping in a sense. Sarah actually gave the green light to Abraham to have kids with Hagar, the servant, because she couldn't have kids in her old age. D. Christian said, didn't God bless Abraham, and Abraham gave him God a tenth? Would that be a physical man, not a spook? And Abraham fed God and memory servant. Now I think that was they talking about the sacrifices when he's sacrificing the lambs and stuff like that. No, but see what I'm more. I think y'all missing my point here. You know, because see, I'm saying the language that I understand. But this is a question. Why was Abraham in Egypt telling people that Sarah was his sister instead of saying she was his wife? Why would you do something like that? So Naidi said God did speak to Sarah. He asked her, why did you laugh? I guess I have to do my research. So Mr. Spock said everything you lay down in would be wifey in them days in that culture. But so why would he be saying that that's his sister? So Sarah was his half sister. Is this Don Bishop? Naeed, did they have the same mother or the same father? And still, even if that was his half sister, if it's his wife too, why would he be introducing her as his sister first? It was Melchizedek that he gave a tenth to. What's the tenth? I'm not familiar with this one. You say, okay, it's all in Exodus. The question remains the same. Why is he telling people that this is his sister and not his wife? You said because he didn't want because he didn't want the ruler to have her. So he told her that it was his sister. Wait now. Let's think about this for a second. You got a woman that's your wife, and you don't want the ruler to have her. So instead of telling him that she's your wife, you say she's your sister. See, this is why I asked, was Abraham pimping when he was in Egypt? It's just a question. I know because look, y'all made it this kind of life. I try to be serious. I try to talk about culture versus religion. So Don Bishop said, no, she wasn't his half sister. He only said that because the Abimelech wanted to bed with her. Why son said he didn't understand this too. Now he said yes, but he has admitted that Sarah was his wife. Then he gave Sarah back. So you mean kind of like when a pimp comes to let the trick know that you need to pay her? Now he says Sarah was his sister and wife. A tenth of the spoils of what? So Don Bishop, where's this confusion? Where's this confusion coming in at? Like what leads to this confusion of rather she was his sister or his wife? Now Bishop said they was on some cornball shit back then. In those days, a wife can be taken from you, but a family member can be spared. Let's see. So, Naeem, you've been asked to prove, I suppose you need to come with chapter and verse that demonstrates that Sarah was in fact his sister. Yeah, SW. Look, we're not even gonna take it to that level. We're not gonna take it to the level of why God would do this kind of thing. I think we already passed that. Well, I don't know. We still where we at. Now look. So Don Bishop said the confusion comes from Christian preachers. I suppose Christian preachers are Christian preachers. But listen, I mean, I can vouch for that myself. Christian preachers tell you what they want to tell you. Because they know that most Christians don't go through the science of study. So they can say what they want to say. They can interpret how they want to interpret, and they can remove context. They can remove context of each of these phrases and words and stories. You can remove the context. That's why I said let's put it in the whole context of where you at. Like, hold up, man. Like you saying, hold up. Now I'm saying, now listen. I'm not, naive. Don Bishop. I'm saying, in this day and time, I'm saying 2020, that's human trafficking. If it was 2020 right now, Abraham would have to get locked up because you pimping. You pimping. The Christian said that spoils are goods that Abraham had acquired in battle. Who Abraham was fighting with? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know from the time he came, they've been fighting with the Palestinians. Even though the Palestinians is like kind of new concept, new word, or whatever the case may be. But I'm saying they've been fighting with the people in Canaan since they got there. Because the people in Canaan is saying, so wait, you saying that somebody that we can't see told you that our homeland is your land now? That's the one thing a lot of people leave out, is that Goliath was really defending his land and David was the invader. Just because you small, that don't mean you ain't violating. See, now look, I don't want to go into, but that's what happened. See, a lot of y'all looked at me a certain kind of way, but saying just because the other person is smaller, that don't mean he ain't the one that's violating. So our chief said, daughter of his father, not daughter of his mother. Mrs. Spock said, Mrs. Spock, look, Mrs. Spock, you know, look, we deal this Bible, this Quran stuff, this language stuff, man. Look, Mrs. Spock and Don Bishop, you know, these are my references, man. Don Bishop said, where's an assistant? All right, now, hold on, we're gonna look this up. You just put naive, put Genesis, what is it? Genesis 20:11. Let me look that up. Let me see what that says. See, y'all got this thing. I see y'all got these things like I got 120. Abraham replied, hold up, no, that's the New International. Where's the King James version? All right, King James. Because, and Abraham said, because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. See, he's pimping. I mean, now, hold up, and 12. Let's look up 12. 12, hold up. 2012. Besides, she is really my sister, the daughter of my father, though not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. Ah, so here we go, from 11 to 12. And Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. Besides, she is really my sister, the daughter of my father, though not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. Okay, but now listen. Naive. Now look, I'm sure. Okay, now hold up. Let's first deal with D Christian. Queen Mac, I see you in there. I see you. D Christian said the Battle of Baal Siddim, also often called the War of Nine Kings or the Slaughter of Chedor Laomer, was an event in the Hebrew Bible book of Genesis 14, chapter 14, verse 1 through 17, that occurred in the days of Abraham and Lot, of Abram, before. So you're saying before he became Abraham. Yeah, but that wouldn't be it, from my understanding, he became Abraham after he received the covenant. So if the Abram times, this is before that then, right? But hold on though, naive. Even what you're saying, that's still kind of pimping, son. If he's saying that, listen, man, I got to use her to save myself. This is just what I'm asking. That's a little bit pimping. I'm saying the pimping, we recognize that as the pimping. And let me hold on as we go into this. I don't know if I'm a little bit late on the draw on this, but look, this is a Hotep channel. So understand that we're just speaking in the historical context. See, D-Christian already seen it coming. We're speaking only in the historical context and using certain terminology, right, in order to clarify the actual meaning of what we're saying. For people that exist in this day and time, we want to speak in a relevant manner. The spot, the spot is on his game. So Naive said it might be true that there was some pimping in the Bible. Yeah. I mean, look. Now, Naive, I don't know if you want to accept this or not, but you do realize that the Bible is full of pimping, right? I'm asking, did you realize that the Bible is chock full of pimping? The God I be asked a good question. So, when did incest become taboo? You know, if this is his half sister that he's having kids with. And then what does that say about the Jews? Because you're right about that. That's one thing. Incest is ridiculous in the Bible. Ridiculous. So Don Bishop is saying to you, Naive, that you know what you just said. You may have contradicted everything that you were saying before because the mitochondria in DNA is in the women. So even if they share the same father, which has not been shown and proven, he's saying that it hasn't been shown and proven that they share the same father. In those times, they would not be considered, or they would not be considered related. Now he said, in many unholy, ungodly things, Lot's daughters stuck with their fathers. L7 said Mary had a pimp. That's why we don't know her baby daddy. Yeah, I'm saying, listen, man, I just was trying to do my live today. Y'all got us deep in the room now, man. Y'all got us deep. Listen, man. See, another one of these random Jews niggas. Listen, all I gotta tell y'all is after the day is live, we better be right. Because if we get to the pearly gates, man, they got a special room for us. If we get to the pearly gates, they got a special room for us. But that's what I'm saying. And hold up, Naive. But Naive, what about David? David, listen, You saying that David didn't check his man. David didn't check his man for his look, David he checked his man. You know, David look and look, the man's wife ain't even looking in the face. David, listen, man. David hit his man off. David hit his man off with that phone call and told him, "Your wife chose me." You said King David was a murderer, but God used him. Yeah, but then now you exalt him. But I'm saying, are you saying that David? See, David was dirty pimping. David was dirty pimping, son. Yeah. Universal 7 said we're gonna be in the boom boom room. Hey, look, yo, Universal. I just hope they got the festivities in that room. They tell, look, when we in there, we're gonna be piping. See, D. Christian said David killed for that WAP. So you agree that David was dirty pimping? You agree with that? But I'm saying, have you ever hey, listen, Hotep disclaimer. I'm only speaking. I don't make this stuff up. I just report. You're saying that all throughout there, it ain't pimping going on. Pimping ain't easy. Hey, listen. And look, and see, I should, but look, and look, I'm sure. I don't know if Don Bishop, because he had work. I don't know if he still can. I don't know if he still can comment. But Don Bishop, really, but anyone, who's the first renegade? Does anybody know who the first renegade was? Why son said David whacked his man to get his wife. Dirty Mackin for real. It's dirty pimping. So now he said, now one person God used in the Bible was perfect, but God used him to bring about his purpose. What about Mary? I thought Mary was supposed to be perfect. Are you saying that Joseph was the pimping too? Jack King said, what's done in the dark will come to light. David's son Absalom took all David's concubines to the rooftop. Sounds like they were die. Why? You see? So David eventually got checked. David eventually got checked. He got that call from his own son. He got that call. They all chose me. The Christian said, for the record, I love Mother Earth. Enoch was perfect according to Enoch was the one where they said God loved him so much he just took him into heaven. Enoch can't even die. Elijah. There was somebody named Elijah God loved him so much, he just took him into heaven. He didn't even die. L7 said David had a man killed in battle because he didn't pay to play with one of his hoes. Oh, Naeem said Mary was pure. She was not perfect. All right, so what she messed up? But does anybody know who was the first renegade? See, Don Bishop is going. Look, Don Bishop is going crazy right now where he at, because Don Bishop know who the first renegade was. Five phrase from the positive, from the Providence plantation. Nah, Eve wasn't the first renegade. Eve was not the first renegade. See, the first renegade convinced Eve that she didn't have to listen to the pimping. See, Christian put the snake. Now look, it's related. It's related, but we can get to that part yet. Queen Mecca know who the first renegade was. Leave it up. Listen. Leave it up to the earth to know who. Leave it up to the earth to know who the first renegade was. Lilith, who was supposed to be Adam's first wife, but she didn't want to accept the people. She didn't want to accept the people. And see, the people were saying that, see, one of the symbols that they used for Lilith was the snake. So see, Eve was out there socializing. She was out there socializing with the wrong people. And then she got renegade. See, the Christian don't know. You don't know about Lilith. You don't know about that. That's how I started going renegade. See, Lilith, let me see now, naive, I keep trying to show naive that I know this Bible stuff, I got it down pat. See, Lilith was created from, same way, side by side with Adam. So then she felt like she was too equal to Adam and she didn't need to bow down. So you know what Adam had to do? Cotton and blow. So that's why the next broad came from within Adam. She was made from the red. So she always know to be under the wing, stay in pocket. But then she was out there hanging with the renegade. Did the wrong thing. And then see Adam, he didn't mess up by eating the apple. You messed up by following this renegade over what I told you. You listen to this renegade. Where even was you when she went renegade, son? Where was you? Where was you, son? I did this for you 2 times. Yeah, Lilith was Lilith. Listen, D. Christian said. Now he said, "Where is this in the Bible scrolls?" You know, D. Christian said, "What text was Lilith a he man woman that I don't need to listen to my man type?" Absolutely, that's what Lilith was. Straight renegade. I don't need no man. You know, when Megan said Lilith akin to what's this, Nephites or ISIS sister, dark side, light side. However, I feel women shouldn't rule men too much because imbalance occurred. Now he said, I never read this in Genesis. D. Christian said, how can a woman rule a man? When you get caught up in the WAP. See, when you put, look, when your 6 degrees says, what's the total weight of our planet? And your answer is 6 trillion tons. When your answer is, what is the total weight of our planet? 6 trillion tons. That's where the woman rules the man. See, when you grow up with your mother, hold on now, because this is a Hotep channel. And you know, we have 33% female listeners here. Mr. 120 said Lilith is also in the Kabbalah science. She's also in the Kabbalah science. Hold on. Wait, somebody asked me a question. Yes. Queen Megan said, unless a man is weak, women here to uplift a man, similar to Shakti jumping on Shiva in Hindu mythos. You see, here's the problem. With see, listen, I'm gonna give you a look. And listen. Let's keep in mind this is all Hotep science here. This is Hotep science. You see, let me tell you something about the nature of the woman. A woman will destroy anything that's weaker than her. See, right now I need that applause. I need that Lord Jamal applause right here. So I got to hook up my stuff. That's how I was telling y'all a minute ago. Nah, I smell good, man. Where is my sample, man? Where is my sample of the P-Funk, man? I need to smell the P-Funk to see how it is, man. And I need a survey. I need some kind of survey. Who's buying the P-Funk, man? No, don't laugh, Mr. 120. This is serious. It's in a woman's nature to destroy anything that's weaker than her. Now, those of us that grew up before like 1995, notice for a fact that your moms will whip your ass before your pops. And listen, let's look at the planet. See, when it's a volcano or a hurricane or a tornado, that don't destroy the earth. We look at it like that don't destroy the earth. That destroy everything that's weaker than the earth. Is that a digital beam? Is that a digital beam pie, Jammy Jam? That's a digital beam pie. Digital beam pies in effect. So Queen Mecca says, yeah, but strength is not from hurting other women. This means you're weak, so you gotta knock other women down to prove strength. Yeah, y'all do that to each other too. But see, we well, I never say we, because like I said, we got 33% female viewership. So we gotta deal with that aspect of it, what you're saying. Yeah, women do that. Look, they call it, even in the white, remember they had a movie, the white people made a movie, right? It was called Mean Girls. About how the pretty girls pick on the less pretty girls and kind of use them as, props or something. That's the woman's nature. See, Queen Mecca said, I prefer to destroy everyone. So that means that you got to be one of the few, the proud, the Marines. To survive, Queen Mecca. That's the deal. I know that's not so much related to the topic of culture and religion and all that, but I'm telling you, that's the real deal. And that's why all that catering, you ain't never gonna get nowhere with that. Why you say that's silly? Why you say that's why you said that's silly, naive? It's not silly. It's not silly. See, Mr. 120, see, you always got to stop Mr. 120. But you're right about that. That last comment you made right there, Mr. 120, I got a sister that's like that. Whenever you see the people she hanging with, you really like, yo. You just want to make sure all your drinks get bought. See, look, I'm gonna tell you something too. Look, I got big sisters and I got little sisters. And I'm telling you, I learned that from them too. If you're weaker than them, well, why you say that's silly now? You know why you say that's silly? You've been indoctrinated with this Virgin Mary stuff. Oh, Smell Good, you finally, Smell Good said he got the Erykah Badu body box lessons. That's what they call it, the body box. That's the what kind of term now. That's the new slang that as young kids supposed to wear. As young kids, as young cats. That's what we call it now. Body box blessings. This aqua green color. I'm saying, wait. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it green because some other substance they put in it, or is it green because That's how the P-Funk comes out. Because the P-Funk is coming out green. Woo! Woo! You know, now, y'all just made me think, I got to talk to my daughters, man. Ask them, you know, and make sure they don't have this stuff. The Christians said there got to be some corporate type sisters who got love and laid up in a big empty house with cats and dogs. Hey, listen, that's because they didn't destroy everything they seen that was weaker than them. You see, what happens is now all the dudes that's stronger than you, now they don't want anything to do with you. So they wondering, so in this same thing what you said, they saying, where's all the real men at? Meaning, where's all the cats that's stronger than me that I can't destroy? Man, I mean, oh, now he said, I tell you, now you're going to be a 5% soon. I noticed you didn't answer me since I told you was God. I thought you was gone. But now you're here. See, I told you was God. You ain't give me no response yet. Listen, you better not respond weakly. The Queen Mecca gonna destroy you. You better say you know you God. Queen Mecca says strength is not raising hell, swearing you pretty. If I was wealthy, I would look better than celebrities. So why worry? You see, that's in y'all internal, how y'all destroy each other. 793 said triple B word. Somebody asked someone who has actually been with her if it resembles anything like they've experienced. Yeah, the Christian, that's what I'm saying. We talking about contaminated P-Funk if it's green. Green? I thought white was the limit. And even that's not good, but I'm saying that there. Okay, now naive. Didn't you just hold on. First, let me ask a question. Do you mean right now? Because in some ways, it would appear that you kind of contradicted yourself. Because you said there are no gods on earth. What about Jesus? Yeah, they got to take it to the clinic, D. Christian. If the P-Funk is great. Desire, who had desire? Is that another kind of P-Funk? What is that? See, Queen Mecca, she's cultivating. Queen Mecca right here said she's celibate. She's cultivating the sacred yoni. She's cultivating the sacred yoni. Who's Janat? Janat ul Naim. What's that? Naim said there are no divine gods. Jesus is in heaven. No, but Jesus came on earth. Jesus came on earth, and if he has the power to give us salvation into the kingdom of God, how can you let us into the house when it ain't your house? I'm telling you, man, we're waiting. Everybody's waiting for their sample size, they sample size of P-Funk. You know, we got a beauty salon right here next to the school. So I go over there and see if they want the P-Funk. But I don't know who the P-Funk is. Why is it that thing I keep wondering? Who's buying the P-Funk? Is it men that want to experience the P-Funk but can't? So they buying models and women that saying, yo, the Bibleisms is clearly powerful. So we want to spray this on us. I'm not understanding. So desire and Janat Ul Naeem were Muslim oils that were popping some. Yeah, Muslim, yeah. Okay, now let me talk. Nah, but is you say they P-Funk? So Naeem said, to be clear, there are no divine gods on earth. Jesus is sitting with his Father, the Most High. So, you know, this is a part of our teachings, Naeem, is that you saying that God is this righteous being that exists everywhere except right here. Like if he's in the heavens, like Naeem, let me ask you a question. Is the planet Earth a part of the heavens? So Don Bishop said, if there are no gods on earth, why does the Bible say, worship no other gods but me, because I am a jealous God? Verse 7 says, show self-control, mind over matter. Yeah, D Christian, that's a hard, you know, this is a whole tip channel. So we want to leave that. Because you know, we're gonna go unhotep if we go there. Oh yeah, Naeed is coming. Naeed is on Facebook, so that's why the people that's on YouTube, for whatever reason, well, not for whatever reason. See, the program that I'm using, I broadcast on Facebook and YouTube. So when I see the comments, I see them within the program. So I see uh, that's why y'all not seeing the comments. So Naeed said, I was speaking to you saying that I was God. So what you're saying, Naeed, is that you cannot be God. Now look, I'm gonna hit you with what Don Bishop just said, right? Explain Psalms chapter 82, verse 6. What say you? So you're saying the two, you mean Jesus and God is the two that's separate? Mr. 120 said if Jesus has a location that then isn't he being contained by space? Is space greater than Jesus if it can contain him? Oh, so you saying heaven and earth are two different places? Okay, so where is heaven? Naeed say he's not divine. Stop it, Naeed. I look. It took me some time to accept too, Naeed. I know it sounds crazy, but you're really God. It took me some time. I did the first time I heard it sound crazy to me too. Heaven is where the Most High resides. Okay, where is this place? Like, if I type it into my Google Maps, right? Can I find it? And you're saying they two different places, right? So Naeem said you agree with Psalms 82:6. No. Explain. Psalms 82 verse 6 says, ye are all gods and are all children of the Most High. Explain that, because you just said that you're not God. And it even explained in the next verse, in Psalms 82 verse 7, right? No. You only put the children of God part. Now listen, that's Jesus' qualification. So what makes us less than Jesus? That you just said we got to accept. Because if that's his qualification, that he's a child of God, said we are all gods and are children of the Most High. Now, what you getting ready to say, right? Let's go to Psalms 82 verse 7. Because Psalms 82 verse 7 says that after ye are all gods, it tells you that no, but everything is real. Because you shall what? Fall like men and die like princes. See, it's letting you know that even that happens. No, ye are gods, though. Don't get caught up in that you're going to make mistakes and fall like men and die like princes. But hold up, die like a prince. Not die like a pauper. Not die like a fool. Die like a prince, a son of the king. Explain all those parts. See, Jammy Jam. See, you see, Jammy Jam is from the Midwest. Mr. Jam, Jam is from the Midwest. That's that Midwest pimpery. That's that pimpstration. Jammy Jam is coming in with the pimitations. This being a hotel channel, of course. So L7 is going back. So I guess he's probably behind us in the screen. He's saying that Sarah was Abraham's half sister and wife. But I'm just saying, why wouldn't you say wife? unless it's unless things is fantastic. This has been an action-packed live, y'all. I just realized what time it is. I gotta go give me some God degrees. You know what I'm saying? Today, I've been doing some ab work. I'm up to I think 200. I'm up to like I think 230 reps. I'm trying to get in 300 to 500 reps today. Depending on that day. I thought I was gonna come in and be doing a regular life. Now, Don Bishop was making a point here. He said, again, in those times that they even acknowledged the term half sister, but she didn't possess the mitochondria from the mother. Now, listen, this is a science where in Judaism, because remember, we talking about the Old Testament, so this is more related to Judaism. In Judaism, you a Jew if your mother is a Jew. The mother carries the heritage. The Judaism is patriarchal, but it's matrilineal. Matrilineal means the lineage flows through the woman. So I'm not sure if that's what Don Bishop is referring to. But that's the biblical science. See, how many pictures you see of Joseph and Jesus? I.D. Christian said he hitting the push-ups and the dips. Yeah, I've been doing some particular kind of dips. I'll get my push-up game on. That's why I said I'm do some ab work. I'm gonna try to get in. I'm up to 230 reps. See if I can get 400 reps. I'm about to do some. Let me see, 230. Do some scissors. I can do some scissors and some Russian twists, and I probably could get the other 170 reps in fairly quickly. Yeah, squats. I do the one leg, the one leg deadlifts. That's what I do, and I do like the step ups. When you step up on something, and I do lunges. Well, I did the first. I did it throughout the day, but I did I think like 130 reps already, and then right before I came on, like the 5 minutes before I came on, I did like 100 reps. You know what I'm saying? But see what it is with today too. I've been doing today's my leg day, so I mix it in. But yeah, mama, I mean, I could do it at one time. Today was just one of them days where I had a lot of things to do. You know what I'm saying? Today, I had to, well, you know, my daughter called me talking crazy. She wants me to, you know, she's in college, so you know what that means. She's calling me, telling me she needs some money, and my CDs, I had to pay for the CDs today. We already got the wax. I had to pay for the CDs. So that antediluvian king is on the way real soon. L Boogie, what's the deal? Is L Boogie with the L Brothers? You with the L Brothers, L Boogie? Russian twist. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Look, I should do a video. I should do a video with that, right? Live phrase from the Providence Plantations. But yeah, the Russian twist is official. No. Stop it, Five. Naive. You cannot now tell me that God is many things. You cannot tell me that God is many things and one is love, because love exists right here on the planet. You just told me God don't exist on the planet. You have to stop, Naive. This is the part what I'm saying. You just said that God is all these things we can't conceive, but then you tell me that God is something that exists between people. And I just told you, man, it works through people. And nobody up there love me and put me in all the positions that I've been in life. I'm talking about, because I know, you know, I can't say in the last whatever decades, yeah, I was a grown person. And so, yeah, I made those decisions. But a certain amount of things was visited upon me before I even was conscious that it was visited upon me. No, man, God can't be many things. You just told me that God is one specific thing. You just told me the Holy Ghost can't be God, Jesus can't be God, you can't be God, which is most important. And now you're telling me God is many things. Okay, so out of the many things, how you gonna tell me you're not one of them? Don't you have love in you? If you have love in you, right, then how could you tell me you're not God? Stop it, Father. Stop it. Stop it. See, this is what happens when you try to reconcile what they teach you in the Christian church with what you know is right. With what your experience has shown and proven to you, when you try to mix that in with what you just believe from what somebody told you, this is what you come out with, man. No, God can't be many things after what you just told me. Because if God is many things and it's all these things, is God of the ocean and God of the trash can and God of the bottle top, but there's no God in the black man. Like, we can see God in everything around us, but we can't see no God in us. Nah, son. No. No. Yo, Luke Cage, that's the new project that's about to drop. It's coming out, the first single. If you check matter of fact, that's why I need to get off it. Like I said, I gotta go eat, I gotta go have a couple of business. But look, we're gonna come back on Instagram. We're gonna have a listening party. We're gonna do another listening party for the Antediluvian King. The Antediluvian King project is coming. think they pushed me back again. Where I was before. I think I'm on. Am I on October 6th and November 6th? They pushed me back so many times, I don't even recall. But look, so far the information I got, I think my single is supposed to, is it out today? Wait, matter of fact, that's made me think about that. Uh-oh, 899 subscribers in big time. Look, when 900 subscribers come, but what I'm gonna do, look, don't everybody jump on the site at the same time. Because what's gonna happen, look, I'm gonna make some new winter stuff, hoodies. God sent me divine, that design that you asked me for, I'm gonna put it on a hoodie. You know what I'm saying? Because we had the t-shirt lines for the summertime, and I got caught up in too many things. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do it on the AllahChrist. I'm gonna be on the AllahChrist link. Hold on, let me put it in here. That's gonna be the link. I'm gonna be going on. Yo, that's one of my favorite joints, Luke Cage. That's one of my favorite joints right there, Luke Cage. If you look, when Luke Cage, you ever heard World Domination from me? Like if I wanted, like, those are the type of records where it's like, yo, when I started out, I wanted to make shit like that. That's, you know what I'm saying? Even that's my real underground stuff, but I love that. But this jump off, matter of fact, look, by the time I get on the IG, I'm gonna have that information for y'all. You know what I'm saying? I didn't show y'all the what's the names. I got my jump offs. The test pressing of the wax. I don't know if any of y'all is DJs or not. They sent me the white labels. You know what I mean? We got 10 tracks, 5 on this side, 5 on that side. You know what I'm saying? Produced from my man Endemic. Produced from my man Endemic from Great Britain. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Endemic and No Cure. The No Cure Records, No Cure Productions. You know what I'm saying? All of that. But yeah, when we jump on Instagram, because listen, I got the final version now, but I got the digital version. See, I got the wax, right? I ain't even got a record player. The new album, the new jump off is called it's Antediluvian King. Oh, you like the vinyl? Look, we got the vinyl, that's what I'm saying. Listen, that's you the people we got these for. But look, this is the white label. From what I understand, we should have got the copies with the cover and everything should be in. It should be in on I think it should be in today. I don't know. See, I got me involved over here. Let me see. Call it peoples. All right. Let's see. What video? How I played it? I played what? I probably just had the speaker hooked up. I gotta get. That's what I'm saying, man. I gotta get my shit like everybody else. I'm about to get my shit like Cooney Split. But I gotta hook everything up with the lights. look, yeah, he ain't pick up the phone for me right now. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, let me send him a message. Hold on, let me see. Send him a little text and see if he responds back in a timely fashion. Yeah, you know something? I seen that Universal 7. I'm gonna tell you something. Everybody that's been downloading my albums and streaming it or whatever, yo, I'm telling you, I just checked my distributor the other day to see how much money they holding for me. I was like, whoa, y'all showing me a lot of love out there. You know what I mean? Shout out to all the people that, you know what I'm saying, support the stream, support the music. Yeah, I got a couple of features on here. I got Tragedy. I think Tragedy Gaddafi is on there twice. Kasim is on there. Planet Asia is on there. In fact, me and Planet Asia about to film the video coming up soon. Me and Tragedy, of course, we're gonna film a video too. Yeah, that flip setup is basic, but it's fly. Sometimes I gotta get my whole setup with all the things, you know what I'm saying? A lot of things I haven't really done, man. The Tragedy joint, the first single is hold on, let me see. See if we can get. Let's see if we can get some lights, camera, action over here. Hold on. All right, here we go. Yo.
Yo, what's good, bro?
Yeah, I'm on a live stream right now, and I was just showing the test press on there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So yeah,
You live now?
yeah, I'm live right now. You on speakerphone?
Okay, yeah, what's good?
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Yeah, the full release is gonna be available via Flat Beats 6th of November.
Yeah.
You can pre-order the record from October the 4th or 5th via Bandcamp, or you can pre-order it straight from Darkim.
All right. What Bandcamp?
Next week. CDs is coming in about the week after that.
So what site on Bandcamp do they have to go to pre-order?
NoCureRecords.bandcamp.com.
All right. So if you on Bandcamp, you got to go to No Cure Records, right? Of course, you could order it right here with me too. You know what I'm saying? But and you said that.
Yeah, order it from the gut, man.
So the full release is on November 6th, you said, right?
Yeah, the full release is November the 6th. Flat Beats. All over the world, you just get it anyway.
Yeah, and what about the single?
That's coming on October the 4th. Let me see. October the 6th. The Planet Asia, God of the Universe. So you'll be able to download that on Spotify or iTunes or whatever digital shit you want, and then the video too on YouTube.
So the first single now is Planet Asia.
Yeah.
All right. We doing the thing.
October the 6th, Tuesday, October the 6th. And then you'll be able to stream that through Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you want.
Yeah, we're gonna be streaming all over. That's another thing. Yeah, we talking about the physical copies right now, the CDs.
So Tuesday, October the 6th, you'll be able to pre-order the physical copy from Nokia Records or Bandcamp or just directly through Darkim.
Oh, so starting from October 6th, they can order it. November 6th is the release.
Yeah.
Y'all got that? October 6th, you can order it from No Cure Records on Bandcamp or through me. November 6th, we started official release. We doing that thing. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that, look, if you got some type of account with Fat Beats, it's going to be distributed on Fat Beats. You know what I'm saying? So,
you can pre-order it from them.
Yeah. So, you know, we mean.
You can pre-order it on Fat Beats. That'll probably be up a couple of weeks later.
Right.
On direct on Fat Beats website or, all of your regular vinyl and CD sites that you buy music from.
You heard that? So listen, don't be square, be there. You know what I'm saying? We can now me and Gene on over here. But yo, I'm gonna hit you back in a minute, and then I'm about to go on Instagram in a couple of hours and play some joints.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
All right, brother. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, that's the producer right there. You can hear he got the British accent. I told you I got all types of friends, man. Yo, son, I'm still like, hold up, man. Wait, is November 6th election day? I don't, wait a minute. Let me check that out. What day is that? That's a Tuesday. That's crazy. I better get more votes. I better get more votes than Trump. Oh no, that's a Friday. So y'all will already be disappointed about whatever's happening with Trump. You might as well cheer yourself back up. You might as well cheer yourself back up. You might as well cheer yourself back up with that antediluvian king. You know, so yeah, Tuesday, October 6th, we started that. You know what I mean? I guess they switched the single out. The first single was with Tragedy. You know what I'm saying? But now we got the name of that, I'm pretty sure it's Gods of the Universe with me featuring Planet Asia. You know what I'm saying? But look, like I said, let me handle this little bit of business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, look, here's the link once again to the Back to Vinci, that's your born day. Hey, look, happy born day, man. Happy born day. You know what I'm saying? Check that jump off out. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you're going to like that for a little born day edition, Back to Vinci. I'm telling you, y'all gonna enjoy this. You know what I mean? But look, let me go handle what I gotta handle, and then maybe about 11:30ish, 12 o'clock, we hit Instagram. You know what I'm saying? And October 6th, all right. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we hit Instagram, you know what I'm saying, and give y'all a little preview once again of what I'm rolling with. You know what I'm saying? This time y'all gonna hear a little bit more final mix of it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, everybody that made this far, if you didn't do so already, do the each one teach one. And hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Hit the you know, I mean, YouTube don't send my alerts out like that, but you know, when you click it, when everybody clicks the like button, that's when it appears that, you know, we really get the people in here, and then I can pretend like I'm doing a lot of teaching. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, we up to, I think I saw somebody else, we on, wait a minute. Yeah, we on 800. So you know that's when it's getting bad. When they kick me out of my when they kick me out of my own jump off. Natural Jewel Peace. You know what I'm saying? You came in at the end, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you on my if you got my Instagram link. I said again in about two and a half hours, 11:30 or so. I'm gonna be coming back on Instagram on that page right there to play a little preview of what I got coming. You know what I'm saying? You know, in the meantime, in between time, like I said, if you new, subscribe. You know, if you want to know when the lives is, you can hit the button. They don't send my alerts out. So that's why I keep asking y'all to hit the like button and share these videos on your other pages so I can pretend like I'm teaching a lot of people. You understand what I'm saying? When people ask me what you doing on there, I say I'm teaching. You know, but in the meantime, in between time, you know what I mean? Peace to the gods, peace to the earth, you know, and all the rest of my 33% of female listeners right now. You know what I'm saying? And everybody else that's out there from every other nation, you know, all of the people, you know, we're not anti-white or pro-black, we pro-righteousness and anti-devilishment. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna say peace to y'all, and I will catch y'all later on Instagram. Peace.